Alrighty, hello. My name is Scott Scoot S. Frank Daddy, and because I am a little behind on my schedule, you are gonna get a treat tonight. I'm going to blitz all 6 of the Challenger Series games that were played yesterday on Tuesday. Today is Wednesday. It probably won't be uploaded until Thursday. So, because I'm a very busy man, I decided I'll just push all of this right to the front of my schedule and give you all of the action you've been waiting for, with my commentary, of course. Now, let's get right into this. First game, Reason Gaming versus Dignitas EU. We have huge, oh my god, team fight coming out of Reason Gaming. Mid-game, they're going to be super powerful. And Dignitas EU adapting really well in this pick ban, it was the first pick Sejuani, so naturally first pick rotation is going to have that Janna in there for the disengage. And then while Reason Gaming continued to pile on engage, Dignitas EU piled on the disengage and the disengage and the disengage. They have the Gragas ultimate, they have the Tristana ultimate, that Tristana jumping away. It's going to be a bunch of peel for the ADC so the ADC can win. But with Reason Gaming's comp, they want to win by about 25 minutes. And if they don't do that, it's going to be a super struggle to get back in the game, assuming it's even at this time. So, 10 seconds left to go. I would personally give this to Reason Gaming. I just love the way their comp looks, and I just feel like it is the much better comp early game. Early game, I think Reason Gaming is definitely going to dominate, and just looking at these characters, they each have like a 1-2 item power spike. Meanwhile, you rely on basically everyone on this Dignitas EU game for the late game. Gragas is for the most part squishy until he gets a tank item or 2 under his belt. Same thing with Sion. It's really easy to ignore him, but he does put out a decent amount of damage early game. Hecarim, though, I can imagine he'll just sustain right through that and be perfectly fine. Now, then you have the Tristana, who is pretty good in the early game, but as far as the mid game goes, has the struggles there. So what I'm going to imagine will happen is early game, Dignitas EU will fall behind and then fall over to Reason Gaming. But that's only if Dignitas EU cannot keep up with them. They're a challenger team as well. They definitely have the capacity to keep up with Reason Gaming, and I think it can happen. But, they're going to have to pull out some kind of cheese like we saw with the game that I casted last night, actually, where they picked Fiora, 4-man pushed the bot lane, and got the dragon right after that. That put them way ahead, and then they just fell flat on their face. So, if Dignitas EU can do something to, well, not that extent, but do something to get ahead early, I feel like they will win the game just by stalling it out to the late game. Now, right now, I'm going to skip over this pause. It lasts about another minute or so. And we should get right back into the action. Going into Reason Gaming versus Dignitas EU. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, back in the game. And we will see how this level 1 will start, if there's going to be any level 1 cheese. Just looking at both of these comps, you wouldn't think there would be a level 1 cheese, but people might go for it. I do love the Gragas skin. I think that was a great addition. The soccer team skins, I just thought it was really funny. Gives good skins to deserving champions, although admittedly Lucian's skin is kind of, I'm not going to say underwhelming. It's a good skin, but I just feel like, for it only being his second skin, they could have done something a tiny bit better. I do love how they are making comps around skins now, though. I think that's really cool. Like, they have the soccer skins. They have the, what looks like is going to be the haunting or the Raven skins, because my friends actually used the haunted Hecarim and the haunted Soraka, or whatever they're called, in the same game, and I realized, there are probably more haunted skins. And like Pentakill, not exactly a comp, but it's still 5 champions with a set of skins. And I think it's all really cool stuff. there's also going to be the upcoming Guardian of the Sands skin coming out for Rammus and a few other champions. Those look pretty hot, and there's probably going to be a Guardian of the Sands team comp to go with it as well. I mean, I forget who else is getting the Guardian of the Sands skins, but I know Kha'Zix already has one. I'm sure there's another one somewhere in there that I missed. New Teemo skin. That promo was pretty cool, and as much as people hate Teemo, I think that skin is going to be great. I mean, it's like a play on himself as a character. Like, we always joke around, oh yeah, Teemo's a soulless little murderer, and that's exactly what the skin is going to go out to do. Alright, now enough talking about skins, let's actually talk about this game. Wonderwear is going to get the execute on himself in that jungle camp. Gonna hit the level 2 pretty early. But Kuban also farming out jungle. Both of these teams really didn't know which side was going to start where, so it looks like there will be the top lane going back to top, and you know, the bottom lane duking it out here in bottom. Libic taking a bunch of damage from that Tristana right there, taken down to about a third of his health. But Sulliver trying to keep up with the trades. Can't really finish Cobb though. Libic trying to move up. He hit the level 2, but so did the other team. Hitting the hook onto Janna. Voidal taking a decent amount of damage right there. Healing with that nice little biscuit. I never go biscuit on supports. I either go like full tank or full damage. Unless it's Sona or something. No. I feel like Sona deserves the biscuits. I remember back when she had less HP than a minion at level 1. Those were the days. Pretty sure she still has less HP. Not sure. If you're not running HP runes, it's possible. You know, what I like to see is as the Corki Q is coming across, Janna puts the shield on to either herself or the Tristana to basically block out all the damage. Meaning, it's just a mana trade, really. Reason Gaming just losing out on a little more health every single time. Because with the Corki Q comes the Tristana E. I love the new mine, by the way. Hook not gonna land on anybody going across in between two minions. You could say he got the field goal, or the goal, whichever sport you love. We're in EU, so we'll call it the real football. And once again, just no damage going down onto Cobb. Full mana almost. And almost all pots exhausted in this bot lane. There's still the one for Tristana, because, you know, those shields always helping. And I think there's still 2 biscuits for the Thresh. I can't exactly read that. It's a little tiny. Or that might be just the texture for one. Not entirely sure. But a tiny little shield gonna go down onto Sulliver. Gonna be enough to block out the damage from Cobb. And right now it's just farm lanes. But even so, Zed taking up a massive farm lead in that mid lane over Lissandra. That's actually pretty surprising to me, considering it's the classic ranged melee matchup. And despite the fact that Zed doesn't exactly struggle in that kind of matchup, you would think he wouldn't be ahead in farm. But there he is. He's up 7 farm right now, and that's only because he just went back. Jungler is pretty even, and Wonderwear using up all of his mana to bully Kuban. But, you know, he's winning the farm game too, so it's really worth it. Bottom lane is pretty dead even, except for the 4 minions from that Targon's. Take Fun getting poked down really hard by that Zed. He has that Brutalizer first, so he's going to be basically dealing true damage. That's like playing Jarvan, especially in a lane like either mid or top. It's like you get the Brutalizer first, then you actually go for more damage items, and because of your Q E combo, you're just going to be dealing true damage to the enemy. Right now it's kind of just a farm fest, no real moves made right here, but here comes the counter gank for Kuban. Xiaoyu jumping in there. Kuban gonna go down for the first blood, but Broken Shard taking a lot of damage. The Ignite not gonna finish him off. Really good first blood for Wonderwear right there. Taken really low by the Sejuani, who has to leave. Take Fun getting dove on. Gonna get popped. And Broken Char gets the kill. Holy crap. Xiaoyu getting out of there. Libic gonna miss the hook afterwards, but damn, action all over the map. I couldn't even keep up with it. Celivert taking a little bit of damage. Libic as well. But going back to that first blood, that was it was a good idea to be there for the counter gank, but they didn't exactly predict the damage coming out of the Gragas and Wunderwear. So that ended with Kuban going down first. Xiaoyu was able to get the revenge kill, but no assist QQ. Overall, 1 for 2 across the map in favor of Dignitas EU. They're doing exactly what I said they should. Get ahead early. And Sion is just going to ult back to lane. Really, the only good use of a Sion ultimate. Just getting back to lane. I mean, it's the same as using a Rek'Sai ultimate, you know what I mean? Gragas spotted out in that mid lane. Buffs should be spawning around this time. Blue buff gonna go over to that Lissandra, but gonna be spotted out by Gragas, so they know the general timer thanks to that ward. And 2 pink wards in close proximity. I wonder who's gonna get cleared out first. Looks like Zed has a long opportunity to check that bush, but it looks like he's just not. Wunderwear, a level up on Kuban, gonna help his trading a bunch, and that slow gonna do a lot for him. Lots of pings going down in the mid lane. Also in that top lane, it looks like Sejuani might go for a return gank. She is level 6, has that ultimate. They know Wunderwear's ultimate is down, so he can be disabled. Kuban doing the best he can to try to bait him into something possibly. Taking a lot of damage, still going aggressive. That's a little bit of a red flag. Pushing Wunderwear underneath his turret. Xiaoyu's already here on top of that magnificent little, well, not little, but that magnificent Poro. Wunderwear getting close to the bush. There's the ultimate. Gonna get knocked back, knocked up, and where is that Kuban ultimate? There it is, going across. He's gonna tank up the tower a little bit. Actually goes down to the Wunderwear after death. That passive helping him out majorly there. Really good trade in the top lane to stay ahead of the game, Wunderwear. I really think Hecarim should have ulted a lot earlier in that engagement to try to just continue to stack up the CC. And because of that tiny bit of sloppiness, Wunderwear was able to get away with the kill. You can never underestimate the Scion passive. It deals far too much damage. It's unethical, really. Voidal gonna take a bit of poke underneath his own tower. Xiaoyu clearing out the ward, so he gets spotted out, but he's just gonna return to the jungle. Right now, as it slows back down, gold lead is in favor of Dignitas EU right now. It's a combination of being even or ahead in farm in basically all of the lanes, on top of the several kills that they have across the map. Not to say that Reason Gaming isn't trying with their kills. 600 gold early is not too much to speak of. Senkuk's not gonna get the kill onto Take Fun because Take Fun is gonna ult himself to block the death mark. Libic not gonna flash forward for the flay, and it looks like mid lane is gonna get pushed in really hard by Zed and possibly Gragas. No, Gragas just placing a deep ward. And that mid tower is going to take a lot of damage. Senkuk's constantly pushing out Take Fun. He's just winning that matchup. Bot lane. Looks like Cobb and Corki are still going head to head. They're almost exactly even. They are exactly even in farm, which prompts the possible mid-game power spike for both of them at the same time, which will make interesting fights. And I heard the shing coming from Broken Shard, but he was at full health, so I don't really know what that was. You know the noise it makes when someone gets really low health or takes a butt ton of damage in one go? Might have been a sound bug, not entirely sure. But Reason Gaming freed up to go for this dragon right here, and here comes the fight though. They're gonna want it. Not gonna be stolen away. Broken Shard will get the dash out, kind of. All ulted away by the Gragas. And Senkuk's gonna wait around to the bush to see if he can pick someone off. They are gonna be smarter than that and all retreat towards the bot lane. Wunderwear and Kuban unable to teleport into the fight because both of those team members have interrupts for each other. Overall, a really good first dragon take, but Reason Gaming is still in the hole by a little bit of gold. Xiaoyu gonna try to make a move on this bot lane. Voidal gonna get a bit too close, not gonna get knocked up, and there will be no follow-up. Very good ward just on the edge of Xiaoyu's range to get out of there. Alright, now we are gonna see Cobb farming under turret. Farm game still pretty even in that bot lane, which is something I did not expect considering the early game power of Corki. But Broken Shard gonna get caught out here, gonna dash away, gets ulted up by Take Fun, gonna get killed. Easy game, easy life. But here's the teleport from the backside from Wunderwear. Senkuk's gonna get knocked away, but Take Fun doesn't have an ultimate to save himself. Senkuk's gonna go back into the fight, kill Libic. Kuban is now in the middle of it all, exhausted up, but Senkuk's is gonna get away. Wunderwear tries to flash over the wall, but he just flashes to the side of it, and it looks like he's gonna be able to walk out of this. Gonna get the shield from Janna. Xiaoyu still trying to go back in, but that's gonna be the end of the fight right there. 1 for 2 trade in favor of the Dignitas EU side. Really good stuff coming out of Dignitas EU early on, and this can only translate into a much better late game for them. Now, you can argue that the power from Dragon will come up during the mid game as, you know, Reason Gaming continues to get items and scale. So that first Dragon gonna make a bit of a difference in these upcoming fights, but not so much that you can completely negate this gold lead from the Dignitas EU side. Now, none of the turrets on the map have been taken just yet, so map pressure is still pretty much neutral, but right now Dignitas EU can start to run away with something because Zed has 3 kills and he has prime split pushing power. As things take another slowdown, buffs respawn. Take Fun gonna go secure that blue buff for himself, and maybe he'll be able to survive in a lane against Senkuk's. Senkuk's has the eyes over his head, so he was spotted out by something. The blue trinket, most likely from the Corki. Though, no, that's way too far away. Not entirely sure what he could have been spotted out by. Either way, he's also going to have the blue buff. He's going to remain in the mid lane to have an easy time against Take Fun. Right now, he's just dominating this lane. There's nothing more to say other than this Zed is completely running away with it. He's going to walk over the pink in that lower bush right on the edge of the river while he rotates bot for the Dignitas EU team to put their men in the mid lane. Gonna try to push on that turret a bit faster, but it looks like Reason Gaming is gonna make the call to rotate towards this bot side end. Well, Senkuk still has the eyes over his head. I'm pretty sure that's just a visual bug. Wunderwear ulted back to lane. Yeah, that's a visual bug. Because there are no abilities that could actually do that. Put the eyes over Zed's head. Unless it was the blue trinket, even though he was way too far away to actually use it on Zed. Trading up in the top lane, it's gonna be mostly wet noodle fight. Wunderwear is pretty tanky. He's building up a Warmogs and a Frozen Heart at the same time. So where he will go with that, no mystery. Gonna be super tanky. I remember when Scion was first reworked and people would go AD Scion purely because it was hilariously strong. Like, you would die and have like 700 AD, and with your lifesteal items as well, it would just be like a fun time in the park. But that was when nobody knew how to actually play against Scion. The problem with most new or reworked champions is that they're not OP, people just don't know how to play against them. Unless you're Bard. In which case you're going to have the lowest win rate in the history of League. Except for maybe a pre-nerf or pre... I lost the name. Evelyn, that's it, yeah. Like post-nerf Evelyn back in, I think it was like season 2 or 3, where it was basically she was a moving ward that threw marshmallows at people. Maybe she had the highest or lowest win rate then. Now, coming up into this next dragon fight, Libic's ultimate is down, so that is going to be a huge disengage tool that is not going to be a part of this next team fight. That is really big considering what will be coming up. It is going to be the second dragon. It is live right now, and Scion and Kuban do not have teleport until like maybe a few seconds from now. But Senkuk's going to dive in on Sulliver. Sulliver is going to go down in that mid lane. Take Fun not going to get knocked up right there, but that is a 1-for-0 in the mid lane, and Dignitas EU is currently controlling the map. Purely from the numbers advantage, they will be able to take the dragon, and a lot of damage. Actually, the bottom turret is going to get taken. Kuban still unsuccessfully trading with Wunderwear in the top lane. That is not going his way at all. Broken Shard going to help secure the first dragon, and there's also a turret trade on the map, except that's the mid turret. That is arguably more important than a bot lane turret. Right now, Dignitas EU just needs to stay on this track and continue to do well. I honestly did not expect them to do so well in this early game, and well, shame on me for thinking so, because they are playing a great game right now. And I have high encoding issues, so I will have to X out of a few programs here. There we go. Alrighty. I'm going to pause this up for a second and get rid of some crap here. Jeez. Oy vey. Oh, alright. Well, I apologize for that glitch. As you know, my computer is a piece of crap. I have mentioned this thousands of times before, but it looks like it got over it. I hope it did, for its own sake. Even though, well, all my computer parts are within the city, and, you know, I am having major issues with a certain postage service. What can Brown do for you? Maybe it can get out of my toilet bowl. Alright, getting back into the game. I closed out, you know, a few windows. Should be smooth sailing now. Anyway, 2k gold lead, even dragons, and the mid turret advantage for Dignitas EU. By taking that mid turret, they can start, you know, going into the jungle at free will, and that's just going to allow them to get a lot of deep vision down much easier because they don't have the threat of that mid outer. I mean, if you think about it, it gives them the entire arc from about the dragon to the Baron of map control if they can push up into it. They have their own mid inner tower, so it should be relatively easy for them to do so. But as it stands, Reason Gaming still has vision control of their own side. Kuban gonna have to ult away from this fight, but he's gonna get caught out really bad by Senkux, and he's gonna get the kill. Sulliver and Jayu are gonna make their way to rotate up, but it looks like Senkuk's gonna have to back out, taking a lot of damage. Jayu going in really hard, gets the stun down onto 2 people. Wunderwear gonna flash away. That's gonna be the end of the fight for sure. Oh no, my mistake. The phosphorus bomb can do the eyes over the people's head. That gives vision. So Senkuk's probably at those moments just took damage from the phosphorus bomb. That is my mistake. And oh, oy vey, it looks like we're still having some encoding issues. Hopefully closing out another window helped. And it looks like we're gonna get hooked up, but nothing gonna come of it. Wave is gonna get cleared out for the most part. Sulliver not gonna be able to take the turret just yet. Voidal getting knocked back, but he will be able to flash away to the safety of his team and saving himself despite losing the turret. A great turret take right there from Reason Gaming to just brute force the thing down. And this game is quickly getting highly action-packed. I cannot wait to see what will come of it next. And right now, oops, I accidentally hit another button that I shouldn't have. And okay. Alright, I apologize greatly for the minor technical issues that I seem to still be having, but the show will continue to go on, and just don't worry your little head about it. It's a profile issue under the whatchamacallit, the scenes for open broadcaster software. One of them is just pumped up with too much crap, so every time I click on it, there's a big pause, and as I go in to delete it, I will apologize once again for the minor technical issues. Alright, technical issues, as soon as I delete this, will be solved. Okay, alrighty, and now there should be no more problems. Unless it wants to continue to give me problems, in which case I will be slightly upset. Just one moment while I continue to fix these issues, and I will get back to you as soon as possible. There is no music actually being played by Adrian von Ziegler. And now there is. So enjoy that while I continue to fix these major issues. Okay. Alrighty, and I have fixed the issues, so there will be no more of that. Alrighty, back to the game. Just a small recap. Dignitas EU is doing better than I thought they would in the early game, and they are currently up by about 1,500 gold. They have just traded mid tower for the bot, their own bot tower, and lost top tower in a brute force by Reason Gaming. They are even in dragons right now, which means nothing in the grand scheme of things. I mean, it means something, but at this moment, it's not exactly important, because if everyone has a damage buff, then nobody has a damage buff, you know what I'm saying? Right now, Underwear really bullying Kuban in this top lane. Kuban just can't seem to do any kind of meaningful damage. And right as I say that, he makes Underwear run away. Why are you always wrong, Scoot? I don't know. It's a problem. But right now, Dignitas EU trying to push up this mid lane, apply a little bit of pressure to draw Reason Gaming away from the side lanes, most likely. They have Zed trying to split push that bot lane, but Sejuani is going to go down to help out that Lissandra. Top lane still basically an island, and Zed kind of senses the trouble. He doesn't have any vision, so he's going to go back. Gragas actually making his way downtown, but he's not actually going to... Oh, he is going to run into them. He's going to walk away just in time, though. The Scuttle Crab will most likely go over to the blue side in this case. Reason Gaming. And that is one small objective for the Reason Gaming side, considering the next dragon will be spawning and both of these teams want to fight. Reason Gaming really want to get in there. Like, there's no doubt about that. Reason Gaming will want to go headlong into the enemy team, and Voidal gonna get caught out right here, stunned up with 2 ultimates, and actually it was 3 ultimates, and the kill will be secured, but Voidal is going to be up as the dragon spawns as well. So right now, Dignitas EU with a major ultimate disadvantage. Another turret trade is going to happen. And right now, despite getting that pick, I'm not sure if using 3 of your 4 major ultimates is really worth it. Because Sulliver, yeah, sure, he's Corky. He used his ultimate too, Scoot. But you don't understand. You don't. It's a different kind of ultimate. Broken Shard not going to be able to clear out that other ward. And Dignitas EU are going to rotate for this dragon. Reason Gaming, their window for actually getting that dragon is now gone because Janna is already back in the fight. Jayu, Take Funds, and Libic's ultimate are all still down, and this should be a relatively easy take for the Dignitas EU side. In a 5v5 without their ultimates, Reason Gaming can't really do much of anything. They lose so much lockup, and Wunderwear by himself is just pushing him away. Broken Shard gonna go in. Jayu gets knocked back into the team, gonna come out of it again. Kuban gets exhausted down. Cobb trying to put as much damage as he can onto the team, but here comes Senkux, ulting in onto Jayu, also going for Kuban, gonna get the 2 kills, and Lissandra's caught out in the middle of the team, uses her ultimate on herself, almost gonna get the kill onto Broken Shard, and it looks like Zed is gonna get caught out there too by Selivar, but it's a 2v2 right now with the bot lane. Selivar gonna get knocked back, he's gonna get killed right there. And overall, a 4 for 3 end of the dragon for the side of Dignitas EU. Super good fight on their side. And relatively reckless on the side of Reason Gaming, considering their lack of actual ultimates. So, in summary, Reason Gaming, you're getting slappy. You're getting a little slappy. And by slappy, I mean sloppy. You know what I mean? Don't you make fun of me? Alright. Anyway, I'm done being a jackass. Let's get back to the game. Now, right now, a clear advantage is for Dignitas EU. They have the better late game, purely because of the Tristana and the Zed. They are taking control of this mid game. And Reason Gaming has no reason. Haha. Okay. I'm just gonna stop talking for a little bit because I'm done. I can't tell a joke to save my life. All my friends laugh at me, but not because I tell jokes. Small ambush in this top lane, not gonna actually happen, but it was a good idea considering the other team also thought of it. Great minds think alike, as they say. Sencook's gonna secure his own blue buff. He's almost level 16. And that is gonna be a super scary Zed. He already has 6 kills and 1 assist, so I don't know how this Zed can get any scarier than what he already has. Lissandra has kept up in farm. He's doing relatively well. And it looks like the next major fight is gonna come in this top lane. Libic motioning to go in on Wunderwear, gonna get knocked up right there. The rest of the team joins him, and it's just a bit of a tickle fight back and forth right now. So not too much going on. Cobb gonna be A-okay. Wunderwear, half mana. That tower not looking so healthy though. And that is the last remaining outer tower. So should Dignitas EU manage to secure that, it'll be definitely a great push for more gold in their pockets. And it seems that the video is still lagging a bit, so I'm gonna have to cave. And this will hopefully be the last time I have to do this. I'm going down to 480p. And like I mentioned, all my computer parts are here, so next week, definitely, I will be able to offer you high quality experience. It will definitely never ever be 480p again, I promise. But for now, you're just gonna have to deal. And especially considering I'm doing a blitz, that might change because, oh my goodness, for some reason my Open Broadcaster software is still giving me troubles. I don't know why, it just is. It's really annoying me too. But enough about that. I'm going to try to do the best to make the best of this situation. Sulliver taking up the Gromp, still making sure this outer turret does not go down. But the next objective to come up is going to be another dragon. So if Reason Gaming wants to take the dragon, they're going to have to lose this top turret. And that is definitely a trade I would be willing to make if I were this Reason Gaming Dignitas EU side. Kuban going to try to ult away, taking a lot of damage, but Sencook's actually takes a bunch of damage back. Kuban trying to get in there, gonna get the kill! And a useless ignite coming out from Sencook's. He could have used that with his ultimate. But a very reckless 1v1. Sencook's thought he was a lot bigger than he actually was. And he definitely paid the price for it. Now, after this game, I will try to continue to solve the technical problems. So I hope you can bear with me and, you know, just do the best I can. Doing the best I can. I will do 100% my best to make sure I can offer you the best experience possible, given the equipment that I currently have. It's not going to be pretty, but I'll do my best. Dragon, gonna spawn in 30 seconds. Dignitas EU, farming up that Tristana. The 3-0-1 late game hyper carry who already has 3 items at 30 minutes. So this should be a hell of a show coming up at this next dragon fight. And I can only hope to God that it doesn't lag out for me and you. Both of these teams posturing around the pit. Kuban and Wunderwear in that top lane, kicking each other's asses and dealing no damage. Both of the teleports are up for these top laners, so an engage is highly likely. But it looks like Sion is going to start walking down. Jayu, ready on the side for the steal. Just walks up, Gonna get taken by Broken Shard. A fantastic steal, but here comes Hecarim. Hecarim gonna go on to Broken Shard. Broken Shard's gonna fail the flash. Not gonna fail the dash, but he will be taken out. And that's gonna be one death for the dragon. That's pretty worth it when you have a butt ton of move speed now. A lot of ultimates are still up for both sides. Actually, all of them, except for Broken Shard, who is dead. So the next victim of this game is going to be the top lane, or this bottom lane turret. Wunderwear taking a lot of damage. Gonna get stunned up right there. Still alive somehow, and Wunderwear just barely living, but Voidal is gonna get dove and killed. So despite doing his best to save Wunderwear, it was he that needed saving. Gold lead practically even at this point, and what a way to get back into this game, Reason Gaming. Take the blue buff for Take Fun, not a bad choice, and I can only hope that, you know, this kind of aggression just stays high. Both of these teams are doing super well for themselves right now. The tanks are tanky, the carries doing their best to carry, and they definitely have the damage. There's a 3.5 item Zed, a 3.5 item Tristana. Both of them have the QSS, so they will be able to cleanse off whatever comes their way. Janna also has the Crucible, so I was actually using the last fight to try to save Wunderwear, but that didn't work out so well now, did it? And just so much coming out for both of these teams right now. Sejuani actually going for that Thorn Mail to deal with the AD coming out of this Dignitas EU team. They do not have a lot of AP. All they really have is Broken Shard, and he is building tank. So, I mean, once he finishes his Randuins, he's going to be one tanky guy. But, you know, he's not going to have the damage, the AP damage that this Reason Gaming will not build against. You know what I'm trying to say. What I'm saying is Dignitas EU is right now on a one-way street called AD, and they're going to need to build a lot of armor pen. And that is exactly what Zed is doing. He has a Yumu's, a Last Whisper, and another Brutalizer. So Zed going to be perfectly alright in dealing damage. Not only to the tanks, but also to the carries. I mean, even Thresh has a Frozen Heart at this point. Where's the Frozen Heart for Sejuani? We have to go for another 4 Frozen Heart build. Wunderwear not going to get caught up by that hook. Sullivan and Jayu still doing their best to make sure Wunderwear cannot go back. Gonna get slowed up, knocked up by the Wunderwear. Wunderwear taking seemingly no damage. Gonna ult in onto the Corki. Corki is gonna get out of there. Gonna have to use his own QSS for whatever reason. Wunderwear gonna get majorly caught out right now. He's gonna go down, but he still has his passive. Senkuk's going in onto Jayu. Senkuk's nearly gonna be taken down. Wunderwear still dealing as much damage as he can. Take Fun. Gonna continue to put down damage onto Voidal, but here comes Cobb. Cobb now finally joins the fight, but it's a little too late right now. Gonna dodge out the hook. Broken Shard barely gonna go down. Cobb has to try to get out of there. Senkuk's doing as much as he can. Cobb still trying to go in. Gonna dodge out the hook. Huge team fight lost for Dignitas EU. And it's really a damn shame considering how well their early game went and the fact that they have a late game team. But what I neglected to see was the fact that they were all AD. And Cobb is going to get caught out here, has to flash and jump away, and that is going to finally be the end of the fight. Reason Gaming has a full HP Hecarim. They are going to do this Baron. Baron deals a crap ton of damage. It's going to be a free Baron going over to the side of Reason Gaming, and they have reclaimed control of this game. It's a little later than I expected them to, but they now have the Baron and a very, very solid gold lead. They also have the turret lead for all intents and purposes. This will free them up to gain a lot of map pressure, but right now they just don't even have wards in their own side of the map. Their only wards are by that Baron pit, and that's hardly anything to speak of now that the Baron is gone. So in reality, they have 5 wards on the map, or 6 wards on the map. Most of them useless. 7 actually. Most of them still useless. I mean, vision in the river is fine, but when you're playing against a team that won't even go up to the river at this point, you are not going to know where they are. They need to push in, get a lot of vision down, and force Dignitas EU into their base. Kuban right now can split push, but like I said, no vision, can't push up. They need to get deep wards down, so they can. It looks like Zed is going to try to continue the split push, but 3 people rotate down to try to get him, and he's not going to be able to continue. Actually, they were rotating down to get this Scuttle Crab, because Dragon spawns in 8 seconds. And that's going to be the second one going over to the Reason Gaming side. The second Dragon is turret destruction, so that will help them in sieges. Corki, not the best sieging ADC. Likewise, none of these champions have any meaningful ranged damage to speak of when it comes to towers. But if Corki can get a few Sheen procs on there, it'll be a-okay. Hecarim also super tanky, so you could probably walk up to the turret and auto-attack it a few times as well. I think I saw the, no, it was just my imagination. I thought I saw the Elixir of Iron on someone already for the Dignitas EU side. I say already, but it is pretty late. I mean, it's almost 40 minutes in this game. And it's been a hell of a game so far. Super minions bearing down onto that middle lane. And that inner tower gonna go down without a fight. Zed's still in the bot lane. I'm not sure what he's doing because his middle inhibitor is falling right now. Here comes Sion to try to go for the flank stake. Gonna deal a lot of damage to Take Fun. Broken Shard and Woundaware both stunned up. Woundaware still taking a lot of damage, but Cobb is caught out on the front line. Kuban is exhausted up, but he is still full health. Woundaware trying to go back in. And here comes Zed finally joining this fight from the backside. He's not going to be able to do anything as he ults in onto Kuban. Actually going to follow the Lantern, get Libic. Going to keep walking forward. Going to get the double kill. And this fight has already turned around. Kuban going to be the next victim. Woundaware still walking forward, taking too much damage. Going to go down, but it's going to delay enough to get the Senkox. Voidal not going to be the victim here, and he will survive. Huge, huge retake from Dignitas EU to just wrest control right from the hands of Reason Gaming. Take Fun will be alive to defend this turret, but against a currently life-stealing Senkux and a full-health Tristana, there is not much to do about it. They're gonna lose the inhibitor turret and the inhibitor as well. Broken Shard actually going in to deal a lot of damage. Broken Shard gonna get stunned up right there. Take Fun has to flash out. Senkux trying to deal as much damage. Gonna get the double kill, and the inhibitor's still up. Gonna get taken down by Cobb. Cobb is on the run right now. Jayu still trying to get the chase down. He's gonna have to Q and the ultimate very, very soon. He's gonna Q forward. The hook flash is gonna grab Cobb. Cobb is definitely gonna be the victim right now. He's gonna, oh my god, he's gonna ult them away. Flash forward, does not get the stun, cleanses it off, and there is Sion to save the day. Kuban gonna get slowed down. Cobb jumping back over the wall, and by god, this chase is still going. Woundaware now defending this inhibitor against Kuban. I don't think he's going to be able to do it all by himself and Ajana. They simply don't have the damage to push them off, but they do have the knockups to keep them in the air for a while. It's not going to matter. That inhibitor goes down. There are super minions on both sides. This is one hell of a game, and once again I apologize for the stuttering in the video and the major issues from earlier. I will do my best to resolve them in between games. And I promise you, I will try to bring you the best experience I can. But right now, I have to blitz 6 games in one night, and then upload them as soon as possible. So, getting them high quality to you is top priority. Top priority. Right now, Baron is going to be on the table in a minute and a half. The Scuttle Crab is already down, and it's going to die by the time the Baron actually spawns. So that should not be a problem for Dignitas EU. They are walking in, trying to gain as much vision as they can, and it looks like blue turret finally going to get taken down in that top outer. That's going to be a little extra gold in their pockets. Wonderwear has his ultimate, has his teleport. Cobb has his flash for this upcoming fight, and Exhaust is going to come up for Voidal as well. I mean, all these major summoner spells that are just going to be coming up. The Ignite on Hecarim, that's going to be pretty important. Ignite on Libic, going to make sure that, you know, Cobb can't heal from Voidal or his own lifesteal. There are no exhausts for this Tristana though, so they have to be very careful in the team fights. They have to make sure to land all of their CC onto Cobb. He does almost have a Mercurial Scimitar, most definitely. I mean, he has 408 farm and 4 kills at 42 minutes. There's no way he's not going to have a 6th item soon. Baron spawning in 20 seconds, and this is going to be what makes the game right now. Broken Shard spotting out a ward right there in the pit. Thank you to the Raptor buff. And right now, vision control is completely in Reason Gaming's hands. But right now, it looks like Reason Gaming are going to try to bait in this Dignitas EU team. But Dignitas EU are just pushing. This might be the flank of the century right now. There is Senkux right up, and never mind. It's going to be a running away disengage. Kuban not going to do anything. Xiaoyu actually taking a lot of damage from that Wound-Aware shield. Kuban still trying to make something happen from off the side. Dignitas EU getting pushed back. They're going to accept the fact that they might not be able to take this fight. Wound-Aware doing as much as he can on that front line to try to soak up as much damage as possible. Kuban, I mean, he's just getting healed from all the damage he's taking. It's not as good as the Galio shield, but, you know, his W is something. Dragon, gonna go over to Reason Gaming. It's only the 3rd dragon, so it's nothing that Dignitas EU cannot deal with. They already have the 3rd dragon themselves, so that is pretty evened up right there. Lissandra actually gonna show in this bot lane, and Broken Shard gonna try to make something happen here. Baron is definitely on the table right now. Lissandra, well, the window is gone. Lissandra is walking her way back up, and what Dignitas EU need to do right now is clear out as many wards as possible, try to regain the vision control. Because they just can't put down anything. Baron is actually being done right now, and Dignitas EU has no idea. They see people in the mid lane, they don't even see Sejuani in the pit. Sejuani gonna get knocked up again. Broken Shard gonna get hooked. And now they finally think something is fishy. Here comes Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu taking so much damage. Baron Nash are going over, but Tapefoot is going to get taken out of the fight. Kuban going to be the next victim of this Cobb damage right now. Wound-Aware almost gets the knock him onto Celivar, but Senkux going deep. Gonna get Celivar almost down to nothing, but the hook is going to end his life. Despite getting the Baron, they're still getting dove on. Cobb gonna take out Libic next. Oh my god, the bomb killed Corki, and this is surely gonna be the game. Sejuani cannot defend 1v4. Fantastic fight from Dignitas EU, and this is surely the game. 2 massive tanks just tanking these lasers like it's nothing. Look, Wound-Aware has barely taken damage, and he's been tanking this turret for so long. GG Dignitas EU. Up next is going to be the next European Challenger Series game, and well, after the short break I will do what I can to make it as best as possible. Whoopsies. Sorry about that. Right now, I will be right back. Alrighty, and we will be back right now with what looks like Lowland Lions versus OG. Bam! Look at that beautiful transition. Alrighty, Lowland Lions, OG. Well, we already know how good these teams are. Lowland Lions always setting themselves up for success and falling flat on their faces compared to OG, who are always successful. And right now, okay, there we go. Now it's HD. Hopefully I have fixed the problems, and now that we are currently an hour into the recording, one more time, I'm going to apologize for all of the technical issues. Hopefully they will be gone. Now, getting into the game. OG, very clearly trying to run a protect the Kog'Maw comp. They have the Gragas for the disengage, and, well, as I say protect the Kog'Maw, they also add an assassin. So, this is definitely something new. They're gonna be coming up against a lot of damage, a lot of poke coming out of the Lowland Lions. This is a poke comp versus a late game pick comp. Well, I say pick only because of the Twisted Fate, but I mean, if you look at it, they have disengage, they have late game hyper carry, they have Lulu, which, you know, going back to Lulu top, don't very much like it so much. I mean, even Dyrus doesn't like it. We've all seen the video. He hates Lulu top. He wishes he could play League of Legends with his friends. Anyway, it's clearly going to be all about making sure Kog'Maw doesn't die, while also making sure they can get ahead in the early to mid game by creating something with this Twisted Fate. Now, in the lane, that wasn't me. That was the video actually making that ping noise. Now, it went away too fast, so now I can't actually check out the comps, but now we will. The poke that's going to be coming out of the Lowland Lions, Nidalee Spears, Corki Ultimate, and everything about Xerath. That is a lot of damage that is not sustainable on this OG side. They don't have any sustain aside from shielding at the correct times. I mean, sure, amazing on Gragas is going to have some sustain within his own kit, but I mean, what does it matter if Gragas is at full health when the rest of your team is going to be at half health? So if the Lowland Lions can pull off something really cool, really interesting, and basically make this poke comp right, Morsu gonna get knocked up, stunned up, slowed up, has to flash away underneath his own tower, and that is gonna be a lane advantage coming in here for Soaz. Spear is gonna land onto Xpeke. Very nice spear. That is what we live for in a poke comp, the spears and the Xerath. After that, no more level 1 action. Just gonna be the flash on Morsu. Morsu, I like to think he is a very good top laner, but he has failed to remain impressive in a game. That is slightly disappointing, but that's how the cookie crumbles. When you're just put up against OG, who, to my understanding, is the best team in the Challenger Series right now. Of course, you're going to have a struggle, you're going to have a bad time. And it seems that the video is still somewhat lagging. So despite my best efforts, I'm going to have to bring it down to 480p. Apologize, but that's what we got to do. I mean, it's not too bad. Oopsies. Sorry. Still looks fine. You know, you don't have to watch this full screen. Though, if you're watching this on an HD TV, I am so sorry. Zillity gonna take a little bit of damage from that Janna knockup, but nothing too major. Niels doing his thing. He's on Kog'Maw. He's gonna try to farm the best he can, and then just, you know, spit his goo all over everyone in the late game. I would expect that the Lowland Lions would actually have the advantage in this bot lane, considering Facility's higher amount of poke, and not going to be able to land the hook hybrid is. And Facility actually going to take a lot more damage than I thought he would, but Mithy taken pretty low, considering. So, right now, Soaz going a little hard on Moersu. Facility still taking some of that Neil's poke. I mean, that slime is pretty something. But Mithy gonna get ignited up here. Facility gonna get knocked up. Will the kill come in? First blood is gonna come in off of that ignite. Facility trying to still do as much damage as it can. Niels is eventually gonna go down, but not before taking someone with him. His passive not gonna be able to net a kill, so he's gonna try to farm a minion. 2 for 1 in the bot lane. I mean, I don't like it when a 2 for 1 happens and it's the one is the ADC, because that's always like, should have had both of those kills. But hey, 2 assists on a Corki, he can go back, get another Doran's Blade, and start to win this lane. So he's gonna have the added power of another starter item, but Kog'Maw's gonna get a jump on his build, his actual build, because he also got a kill. So he's gonna start up on that big item for him, and it looks like Xpeke getting ganked is going to be able to turn it back around, but Hybrid is going back in on Mithy, and Mithy is going to go down. Xpeke still trying to make something happen, but he doesn't have much of anything really. Going to get hit by that Nidalee Spear once again, and Mithy, what are you doing? You're a level 2 Janna. Xpeke going to get jumped on once again by Kide, flashing forward. Another flash forward from Hybrid to get this Flay on, and it looks like Amazing gonna get hooked up here, and immediately 5 kills in the pockets of the Lowland Lions. Fantastic start to this game from LLL, and they only have one direction to go from here, and that is up. Their early ganks have been fantastic. This Nidalee sticking around perfectly, baiting an Amazing and Xpeke from Ko's Q. I mean, everything is going perfectly for them right now. On the other hand, OG, the struggle, really. I mean, that entire thing was just like, hey, maybe we can get something back. Let's try to go in. Oh wait, they're still here. Crap. I mean, there's no other way to put it. Neil's barely going to dodge out that Hybrid hook, and just getting back to this farm game. Now, you have 4 kills on a jungle Nidalee. She already has her jungle item fully built, and she's just going to be a terror across this map. She's going to deal so much damage and hop in and just get a kill onto whoever she wants, really, because nobody is tanky at this point of the game. But right now, she is definitely a full-fledged assassin. I mean, when you're 2k gold up at 6 minutes, something's gonna happen. And here comes Kide. Soaz knows he's dead. There's no escaping this Nidalee. Gonna fail flash, and that spelt the end for him. 5 kills for Nidalee. That's crazy. Like, what can you do about this? Just walk in a lane, let me fall over and die. Like, please, Nidalee, don't hurt me. Just have my kill. I don't care. Just make it painless, please. Like, for real, that Nidalee is going to be super scary. And she still has the money from that single kill. I don't know what he's going to go back and buy. And if it's a Rod of Ages, then jeez, this is going to be an uphill battle for OG. But I mean, an uphill battle for a team comp that will rely on the picks in the mid game, that is going to be a real struggle. Q cannot stop the back, unfortunate. But that's the way this game works. You can't have everything you want in League of Legends. Now, as it finally slows down a little bit, we can just take stock of the situation. It's relatively even in the bot lane, that we can agree to. The mid lane, 2 assists and a little bit of farm. And, well, Nidalee taking the dragon. That's pretty good. You know, nothing can go wrong with an early dragon for your team. Nidalee still farming out the jungle, gonna take the blue buff or gift it over to the Zerath who just came back from the base. Getting ready to go back into that mid lane, and wow, that's actually first item Mercury's treads for the Twisted Fate. That is, I mean, he's gonna be lacking on damage should he try to gank anywhere, but I guess he'll be able to not only dodge but also tank up most of Coast Q's damage. Granted, a lot of the damage coming out of the lowland lines is magic, but yeah, you can't just disrespect Aurelia like that. If it were me, I would have probably tried to save up like straight for the big stick so I can try to go into a Zhonya's, but right now Soaz gonna get jumped on. Kirei gonna get the kill. 6 kills on Nidalee. What's happening, OG? I mean, that was really good timing too. Soaz didn't have flash and they knew it, so they just went in and got another kill. Facility and Niels just going back and forth in this bot lane. I think at this level 6, if Hybrid can land a hook on either one of them, they will win a duel. Otherwise, it's obviously going to go in Kog'Maw's favor. Level 6 going to get hit for both of the supports now, and that just made Lowland Lions a tiny bit scarier, because now it's going to be that much harder to lock somebody down. Right now, slowing things up. 3k gold at 10 minutes for the Lowland Lions. Like, this is their game to lose. If they were to lose this game, I will just, I don't even know. I'll donate half of my food in my refrigerator to charity. Don't quote me on that because I don't actually plan on doing that. Now I seem like a terrible person. But the bot lane fight is going down. OG actually getting something back right there, but Xpeke taking a lot of damage too. Kirei still on the prowl. Gonna land a spear onto Amazing. Kirei debating on going back in or not, but he decides not to. So 1 kill going over on the face check from Thresh. And when you're gonna face check like that into a jungler, I mean, you didn't know where he was gonna be. You knew you didn't have the support, and you know they have a TF who can just come in at a moment's notice. So that was just really sloppy from Thresh right there. I should expect better from the Lowland Lions. Keyword being should. Right now, babysitting gonna stop in the bot lane. Nidalee gonna go back into the jungle after buying a few items. Actually gonna get the tier and start building up the Rod of Ages. That is gonna be a pretty scary late game Nidalee, but considering that Rod of Ages is not gonna get finished for a little while, it's gonna be kind of a late start. Hybrid trying to get the gank in onto Xpeke. Hook not gonna land, and that's the end of that fight. Score 7-2, 2,500 gold for the Lowland Lions, 11 minutes in, and I just can't stress how good they are looking in their early games. Kozq's gonna get caught out though, flashing away, so he's gonna be safe. You know, 1 flash is all it took, and suddenly Amazing Skank was for naught. But he got a flash for his own ultimate, so that's a decent trade right there. Xpeke is still going to try to farm out this lane. And right now, he's only about 10 farm down despite his death, so he's not doing too bad. He is getting poked down pretty heavily though, but he's dodging most of it thanks to his boots. Neil's actually going to try to go head to head with Facility. Facility going to miss out his big one. Neil's and Facility are going to flash, but nothing coming of it. Just flashes traded on both sides. Kirei gonna try to come in for a gank, but can't land a spear onto Neil's, gonna just run away. And that is already Spell Pen boots coming out for Nidalee as well, so Once again, this Nidalee gonna be super scary. Neil's getting caught out by the Nidalee. Nidalee getting pushed back. Mithy gonna get hooked up. Has nowhere to run. Double kill. And that is a godlike Nidalee. And we're only 13 minutes into the game. This is actually awful for the OG Tide now. Kozq taking a lot of damage. But the trade back from Xpeke going to take him low as well. The stun is going to get dodged out. Xpeke flashes forward for the melee range auto attack onto Kozq. Kide is on the hunt. He wants that Twisted Fate booty. Xpeke though gonna flashes forward and gets the kill. 9 kill Nidalee. 13 minutes in. This is some kind of solo queue stuff right here. Couldn't make this up. Kide right now is on fire. And I mean, you could argue, oh, all of the kills are on Nidalee. Just kill Nidalee in a fight and we win. But with Nidalee being so mobile, having the heal, Morsu dealing so much damage to Soaz, and getting the kill before Soaz even gets his ult back up. Soaz didn't even flash. And now, Kide getting that second dragon for his team. Just in time, too, because Aurelia's about to push that tower, or the minions into the tower. Visibility looking pretty hot over there in that bot lane. Struggling a little bit against Niels in that 1v1 though, but I mean, you can pretend you're big when you have a huge jungler. Like, I mean, I would just play with reckless abandon at this point, but that's why I'm not a professional. That's 4,000 gold at 15 minutes. That is just a ridiculous gold lead. And how much more can they grab within these oncoming minutes? If Lowland Lions can actually start pressuring down turrets with all of their poke, it's gonna be scary how much they can actually do when their group is 5. I am just overwhelmed by how so good the Lowland Lions are playing. But the last time they did well in the early game, they lost, so I'm kind of holding my breath. At the same time, Lowland Lions are making a mockery of Origin right now. It's 11-3, 2 dragons, 15 minutes. I mean, this is the stuff of cartoons. Gank is gonna come down into the bot lane here. Kide gonna get caught out, and he will actually go down for the first time in this game. But the teleport is gonna get interrupted actually. Ultimate coming out of the Xerath, not gonna net a kill. Visibility slowed up, gonna get knocked up, and that is another kill going over to Origin. Hybrid gonna get under his own turret. Amazing stunned up, gonna get killed by the turret. Yes, he will. And overall, a 1 for 3. And just as I was praising the Lowland Lions for doing so well, they go and they're about to throw this lead away because they just gave up a turret and 3 kills. Nidalee got shut down, and it was by one of these big guys in bot lane. Now, Morsu elected to not join the fight and continue pushing the turret, which I don't think was a good idea. But the turret trade, yes, that keeps the gold lead in the Lowland Lions' favor. But I think if Morsu did teleport down and didn't interrupt it, he would have been perfectly fine. Morsu gonna go in onto Soaz. Soaz taking down to half health. Gonna get. Oh my god! Just erasing Soaz. Holy crap! That's really good game knowledge of Morsu to know that the ultimate was still gonna be down. Kide actually walking in, stealing that Raptors, walking out. But Morsu just utterly destroying Soaz, who is 0-4. Lulu doesn't even have an assist, despite teleporting earlier. Actually, no, he didn't. His teleport is still up. That is my fault. Right now, the wave clear is a little too strong from the Origin side. That mid tower is relatively low, but Lowland Lions, I mean, 9-1 Nidalee, they have the poke game down pat. And it looks like Thresh is actually going to start building up for that. God, what's the name of that item? It's on the tip of my brain. Don't tell me. Don't tell me it's the new one. The one that gives movement speed. Doesn't matter. Visibility is going to secure the spot lane turret. It's the Righteous Glory. Morsu actually going to take a crap ton of damage from Niels right now, but he's not going to get taken down. Morsu going to sustain through it all and actually survives, but another turret trade possibly in progress. Where's that Twisted Fate ulting towards? And it's going to be the mid lane. Kozq cleanses off the stun. Going to stun Xpeke. Flashes away from the Gragas ultimate, and top lane turret will finally go down. But Facility is pushing with Kita and Hybrid in the spot lane, and that's going to be 2 turrets to 1. Janna is here on the flank. Kozq going to get stunned up under his own turret, and that's going to be an easy kill going over to Xpeke. I don't think they're going to be able to take this tower, because here comes the rest of the team. There are not too many minions left. Can Xpeke do it? No! And he's gonna dodge out the hook, so he's already there. He does have the big stick now, so he will be going towards that Zhonya's most likely. And it looks like Kide and crew are just gonna counter push for this tower. Oh my god, spear landing onto Niels nearly takes out half of his health. And now the Rod of Ages is stacking onto Nidalee. The tier is stacking onto Nidalee, and I can say without a doubt that this is going to be the scariest Nidalee I have ever seen. I mean, just looking at that, he has to be thousands and thousands of gold ahead of Gragas. So, this is just... I guess my thought process leads me to say... Either A, when will Lowland Lions self-destruct and lose? Or B, will they actually pull off this game for the long haul and not throw it away? Because they have had a major problem with getting ahead early and losing. It wasn't just the Fiora game, it was the another game before it. I forget which one. I'm pretty sure it was week 3. Where it was the same situation. They were ahead the entire game. I mean, not by this much. But it's the same situation as the Fiora game. They were ahead the entire time, and then they lose one fight and basically lose the game. Now, Dragon, Vision Control is in favor of OG, but right now the power is just too strong for Facility and crew. Amazing gonna get hooked up, gonna get stunned up right there. Tries to knock everyone away, but he's gonna get killed. Neil's trying to do as much damage as he can on the backside. Might get killed, but Morsu going a little too deep. He's in 1v3, gonna get taken out by the Lantern. And a 1-for-0 right there is going to lead to the 3rd Dragon in favor of the Lowland Lions. Doesn't matter what Xpeke throws at them from the outside, because it's not nearly as much poke as this Lowland Lions team. I'm actually really excited they're doing well, and in being 5,000 gold up, well, they will soon be a bit more than that, as they secure the inner turret, and now they are, if I can do math, I can tell you that they are 6k gold up. Morsu actually going to try to dive down that Xpeke, but he's going to... I mean, he's still pursuing. Xpeke is going to use his ultimate to get out, though, so he will be safe. He won't get killed. And Morsu got free farm bot lane. 40 farm ahead of Lulu. 3 kills, 2 assists to an 0-4. And, okay, the mid turret is going to go down. But this gold lead is still so massive for the Lowland Lions. But what they need to do to keep this gold lead and not fall behind like they normally do is up their vision game. Right now they have 1 ward that I can see, or 2 wards, 3. No wait, I'm counting the wrong wards. I'm looking at the red wards and thinking, okay, Lowland Lions. No. Their vision game is actually pretty fine. They have most of the wards in the river though. So they will see when people go in and out of the river into the jungle, which is not bad. But when you want to be pushing up, when you want to be poking, you have to get deeper wards. You want to be able to say, hey, look at where they're coming from. Now I'm going to throw my Nidalee Spear there. I'm going to throw my Zerath Q there. I'm going to throw my hook there. And I'm going to catch someone with it. And that's why they're going to need deep wards. Morsu is definitely the best candidate to go in there and do that, because he has 2 huge items right now. Maul Mortius and the Trinity Force, and he's building attack speed for possibly boots. I think he's getting a little ahead of himself, though. I think he needs to start building tanky, otherwise Niels is just going to have his way with him. I mean, the best CC is death, of course. But if you can't kill them, then they're going to kill you. In my professional opinion, I think Aurelia should build a Frozen Heart the very next item. At the very least. And then that's all the armor I think she's going to need. Because with all of the magic damage coming out of this Origin side, she's probably... I mean, why wouldn't she get the Merc Treads? That's easy 25 MR plus Tenacity. Yeah, sure, she has a Tenacity passive, but it stacks. It does well with itself, and then Aurelia, the stuns will not last for more than a second, and it would be great. But right now, they think they caught out Kozku, but they're gonna get collapsed on. Mithy, his ultimate largely useless. Kide actually nearly goes down right there, gonna go down in the end. So as the next one into the fight, Hybrid, gonna actually survive that fight, and it looks like Niels and Soaz barely making it out alive. Xpeke putting on those dancing shoes, dodging every single one of those skill shots. Amazing. Now here to tank out the turret. And can Lowland Lions actually make something of this? Getting the stun down onto Xpeke. Xpeke gonna get blown up by Morsu. Huge damage coming out of that Aurelia. They got more kills, but they couldn't get the tower. This isn't a solo queue game. You have to get the objectives. Dragon should be spawning in about 3 minutes, though. So they go back, and I say they should just establish ward dominance in that bot lane. That entire bot jungle, they should light it up like a Christmas tree. Make sure to get this 4th dragon, because a 4th dragon means a 5th dragon. There's the timer, actually. It's going to spawn in about a minute and a half now. And Origin actually moving in to get the vision control. They cannot clear out that pink ward, and it looks like... Where's the smite? No, he doesn't need it. Niels actually taking... Oh my god! Holy crap! There was no helping that. He went from 80% health to 1% health in less than a split second. And now without Kog'Maw, Lowland Lions are just gonna push into the base. I mean, why not when you're so big that the enemy team can literally do nothing to stop you? Next objective take is definitely gonna be Dragon. But they still have a minute before it spawns, so what are they gonna do until then? They are gonna possibly rotate bot, push out that bot wave a little bit, and basically sit here for 40 seconds waiting for the dragon. They are sitting on top of a ward though, so they are gonna get spotted. Basically gonna stop the push. Amazing, even taking a lot of damage from that poke, despite his relative tankiness. I mean, he has a health item. He is building for those Merc Treads. It's just not a completed set yet. Sorry if you heard that. I have had a runny nose all day. My new boss has a dog, and I have allergies. It's not too bad, though. Like, oh, good. I am very glad Aurelia did go for the Merc Treads. But it looks like... I mean, I see Pickaxe Dagger, and the first thing that comes to mind is Zephyr. And I'm pretty sure that's the only item that actually uses the pickaxe and the dagger. Although if I'm wrong, you know, feel free to correct me. Easy dragon take. Number 4 is minion health, or rather minion damage. So that's just going to be a crap ton more pushing power for the Lowland Lions right here. And I mean, Baron should most definitely be on the table. Morsu trying to go for the flank. Gonna slow up. Amazing. Completely and totally destroyed. Amazing had no chance. And then Niels is gonna eat a spear to the face and just get killed. Like, he's at half health. Can't do anything. Gonna get taken down by the auto attack of Kozku. Kosku actually gonna try to turn it back around onto Mithy. Mithy gonna almost go down right there, but Kosku actually dodges out. Auto attack gonna finish him off. Really good counter engage by Xpeke, but flash forward. Excuse me for that. Morsu gonna get the kill. I mean, no more to say than Lowland Lions are just rolling this team. I don't know what their coaches said to them. I don't know if they had Wheaties for breakfast, but they certainly had something meant for champions. They're playing like gods this game, and that is largely due to the fact that they just set up the ganks for Nidalee, and Nidalee got the kills. Now, Aurelia, I'm going to ask you, does Tenacity stack when it is a unique passive? It's a trick question. The answer is no. That's not a trick question. The trick question... I get terms mixed up all the time. The name of a question that you already know the answer to. Rhetorical? Is that it? Either way. I mean, buying a Zephyr on top of the Merc Treads is largely useless unless she's going to get a Gnasher's Tooth and something else that builds from a pickaxe. But I mean, hey, whatever floats your boat. If you think double tenacity items are going to work for you, I can't stop you. I mean, you're already Aurelia. Nobody can stop you. And right now, Lowland Lions just putting as much pressure across the map as I can. Acrop the map. I'll just crop out a piece of the map right here, and that's where we're going to push next. You got that, team? Yeah, sure. I have to stop tripping over my own words if I want to be taken seriously. Alright, well, the final push, or seemingly final push into the base, starting to happen. Amazing gonna get hooked, taking so much poke, but Facility taking down to half health from the Kog'Maw. Niels just doesn't have enough support from his two supports. A Morgana definitely would have helped this team. Spell Shield blocking a lot of stuff. Amazing. Actually gonna get poked out, has to return to the fountain. Morsu gonna tank up. Oh, now it's Facility that's tanking it up. And now it's Hybrid. And now it's Morsu again. So everyone taking their turn, tanking the turret. And they're just doing their damnedest to try to break this second part of the base right here, which they finally do. They're gonna take this inhibitor. The middle inhibitor gonna respawn soon, as you just heard from that beautiful voice. And there it is. They're all waiting around. That animation is actually really cool. I only saw it for the first time the other day. Inhibitor respawned, and it immediately dies. Next objective on the table, top lane. It still has 2 turrets standing, but that is soon to fall, as the Lowland Lions just continue to wreak havoc across the map. Nothing can be done about losing this turret. Amazing can hardly do anything himself, and this game is largely over. Lowland Lions playing it out perfectly. I mean, the wave clear is a bit strong right now for OG. They weren't shut down completely. I mean, that Lulu was, by God, 0-4-1. But it's just going to be pure determination that'll crack the base right here. Amazing, stunned up for a very long time. Gonna go in as hard as he can. Catches out Kide, actually. Kide nearly survives the fight, but here comes Morsu. The disengage from Hybrid comes down, and Xpeke going in on the backside. Not gonna get hooked up, but he will get killed. Hybrid has to flash away. Gonna survive. Mithy trying to go for the flash knockup. Not gonna happen. Amazing gets stunned up. And it looks like here comes the re-engage. Morsu on the backside. Gonna get exhausted, but what does it matter? Morsu still going hard in the paint. There goes Facility going forward into 3. Gonna take a lot of damage back from Amazing. Gonna get slowed up now. Poked down. Morsu going in for the godlike. And this has just been a bloody, bloody game. More kills than there are minutes. So much gold in Lowland Lions' pockets. And you can definitely hear them roar now. Finally cracking the 3rd inhibitor. Going back, their next objective, that 5th dragon, and then they're going to finish off the game. That Nexus tower might fall. Minion, please! Stupid minions. Surely, Origin is going to try to stop this 5th dragon, but it will most likely be unsuccessful. I mean, right now, Xpeke gets just bursted down like that, and it's just a struggle, you know? Kide, actually, a lot of damage taken back. Gonna hop away. Mithy not taking too much damage, and just waiting there for the ultimate. Xpeke is gonna get the kill onto Kide, and he's getting a little too ballsy at this point. Morsu and Amazing might duel it out here. I mean, 4v5, I'm not so sure about this. Super minions are pouring in every lane, so all the low lines have to do is wait. I mean, let them take the dragon, but don't let them go back. Amazing gonna get the first dragon of the game for his team, but what does it matter when there are minions pushing down mid lane? Shutdown is gonna go on to Niels. He's gonna get the money, but this fight, I mean, I can't really call it successful for OG. They only just got their first dragon, and now they're finally going to help Xpeke defend against super minions. He's almost dead to the super minions, and the Nexus turret will go down. There are 2 super minions per wave right now, and here comes more from the top side. This is just ridiculous. The Winions are gonna finish, possibly. No, stop focusing the minions. Minions, stop it! Why are you so dumb? I'm sure everyone has had a problem with minions not focusing who they wanted to. But it's going to be a struggle just to keep these minions out. And with Baron spawning, OG cannot leave their base even. Baron going to go to Lowland Lions, so that dragon, who cares about dragon? What dragon? Who needs dragon? Baron going down. Lowland Lions in full and total control of the game. Morsu has the Elixir of Iron, still has Endurance Blade even. And, I mean, Inhibitor is respawning soon, but they still have a crap ton of super minions that are powered up by the Baron in this base. Inhibitor will respawn, and it will immediately go down. There are so many minions on this Nexus. Amazing, just taking so much damage. Niels nearly gets caught out there, but Amazing does instead. Amazing has to try to back away. Koskyu actually taken pretty low, but he will turn around and fire off that Arcane Barrage. I know that's not the name of the spell. Kide actually going to go down, but Xpeke most likely going to be the next victim here, trying to save him, but he won't be saved. 1-for-1 trade on that backside. Oh my god! Flashes forward for Niels. And that is the game right there. The Nexus goes down, and the Lowland Lions finally close out a game. I mean, took them long enough. Know what I'm saying? I mean, it couldn't have been longer. I've seen them fall so many times after having the lead, and I am just very happy that they were able to finally finish one off. Alrighty. That is going to prompt another break from me. Once again, I'm still going to go in, try to figure out what I can do about video settings not cooperating, and I will be right back, so please enjoy the music. Alrighty, I have returned. Because, you know, us casters need bathroom breaks too. So, I realized the problem is just my computer is just crapping itself. So, the remainder of the games are going to have to be in 480p. Sorry. But, that's just how life works. Life is unfair in so many ways. I'm sorry. I really am. But the show must go on. And I'm still going to do my damnedest to make sure my games are entertaining. So, let's get back into the game. Mouse Esports, last place team, horrendous win rate. And Gamers 2, the opposite. And, I mean, it's just clear that Mouse is doing whatever they... Gangplank, Teemo, Varus, Zyra. It's just clear that whatever they want to do, they're going to have fun with it. I mean, they know they probably don't have a chance at winning, so why not make it fun? But what I am afraid of is that 53-minute time. So I'm banking on huge upset here because that would be hilarious, but not super likely. I mean, Mel's comp does have something to it. I mean, Teemo, post level 6, the map is yours. Like, the entire map just belongs to your team. Or at least wherever there's a mushroom. Varus Zyra, really strong poke lane. A lot of damage can come across just by using your abilities right. Landing your abilities for one, Cedrion. I don't doubt that he can't land a Q or two. I'm just saying that the power is in the skills you land, because that's Varus' kit. He has the Blight stacks, which he uses his arrow or his AoE. I will admit I don't know the names of those because I have not seen a Varus in so long. But I just think of a Teemo, LeBlanc lane, and I just think LeBlanc is going to W in and Teemo's going to put down a mushroom right at his feet. So, really, what's the point? Though Gangplank versus Rumble, definitely going to be interesting. I know Gangplank can remove the scurvy, remove the slow from the harpoons, most definitely. So, I think, you know, that early game, Gangplank is definitely going to have an advantage. I mean, he's going for the flask, so he's going to have so much more sustain. But the Cloth 5 coming out of Rumble, going to keep him relatively healthy. Cleva, and it looks like a new support, Vorborg. Or Vorborg. I haven't seen that before. So, maybe just testing him, making sure he's with it. Or maybe he's a new full-time member. I'm not entirely sure. I'll admit I don't keep up with the rosters as much as I should, but I am a busy man and I do this in my free time, so I try to do the best I can. Sultan Gangplank, that's not even the good Gangplank skin. I am disappointed with you, Zazis. I mean, there's so many good Gangplank skins and you're not even using the good ones. Early on, Varus is definitely going to have the poke advantage over this Jinx. I mean, he just has a better mid game, and he's more of the supporty role where, like, it's more Ashe-like in the sense that he's more of a support AD carry while his other teammates carry. So, it's not really something that should be overlooked. I mean, he will still be dealing damage in the backside of every single team fight. And it also helps that Gamers 2 does not have a single tank aside from, you know, late game Lee Sin, who has... I mean, he really doesn't have much. I don't like Lee Sin late games for one very good reason, and it's because he falls off. I mean, unless you're super good and can land every single insect known to man, he's gonna fall off one way or another, and it's gonna hurt. But that's why I have the Jinx for the peel. But Mouse's team comp is not about peeling. It's about just being I'm just gonna say it's about being assholes. I mean, Teemo is inherently a dick. And it looks like Robin might actually go down in the jungle. But it won't matter because he's Scion. Anyway, Gangplank, I mean, Crit Plank. We know Crit Plank. Everyone hates dealing with Crit Plank because he walks up to you, presses the Q button, laughs, and runs away. So, really, it's a struggle. Playing against this entire team is just going to be one massive struggle. And because Teemo relies on the auto attacks, he doesn't mind if LeBlanc gets up close and personal with him. I mean, he'll just, you know, pew, pew, pew. The Spaceman stuff, auto attacker to death. I mean, I don't possibly know what kind of lasers are being shot out of your mouth, Spaceman Teemo. Gilius is going to go in onto Zazes. Zazes is just going to cleanse off that slow. And I really love those range indicators for those Zyra plants. That is just fantastic. I didn't even know they were input into the game, but that is just... I need to play Zyra just to see that. Just be like, whoa. I mean, they constantly do stuff to champions that I just never notice until it's like, oh man, when did they give this guy a skin? Smitty J is going to flash away from the gank and be relatively safe. Gonna hit level 5. Cleva struggling very hard in this bot lane, as we both know he would be. And knowing that Smitty's flash is gone, gonna walk up, flash forward, take that first blood right out of his face, and just a simple... Oh my god! Holy crap, Cedrion getting the kill long range. Just shooting half court from downtown. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Shut up, Scott. Anyway, like, damn. That was a hell of a kill. And this cheese is definitely throwing Gamers 2 off their game. I mean, I couldn't really fault them. I struggle all the time against anti-meta bullcrap, but I mean, technically they still have meta lanes. I mean, Mao's... I mean, I haven't seen a Teemo in so long though. Even in like normal games. I mean, I saw him in ARAM, but does ARAM really count? I mean, I got almost a quadra kill on Sona just the other day. That doesn't fly. Anyway, getting back into the game. Very early lead coming out for Mao's, and I can only hope they pull another Lowland Lions and just win. And oh, I do not wish to update my Microsoft 10 starter pack. Thank you very much, but you know, I will stay in touch, Microsoft, quite possibly. Anyway, Cleva still taking so much poke. He's 20 farm down and down a kill. BF sword to a pickaxe. That is going to be a huge struggle right there. Zez is just doing what he can in this top lane. Farm out. He's ahead in farm. Oh, he's going Trinity Force Gangplank. That's not a Gangplank I very much love to see. I mean, I like blue build Gangplank. I like Crit Plank. I like Tank Plank. But I don't really like the Trinity Force Gangplank. I just feel like he can do so much better if he wanted to crit more. He could do so much better if he wanted the Spell Shield. I mean, not the Spell Shield, the Sheen procs. And there are just better options for what he currently has. So, I mean, I don't disagree with the Trinity Force. I just wouldn't think it would be my preferred build path if I were to play Gangplank. I mean, I play Ezreal on the rare occasion, and I still play straight blue Ezreal. I build tiers straight into Frozen Gauntlet, and I'm happy with that build. I absolutely love it. It looks like So's Perfect is leveling up that blind first, which I don't disagree with. It's a really good amount of burst damage, but I would think in a lane like this, I would try to level up my auto attack damage, quite possibly. I could get it taken very low, but you know, that poison is just not strong enough. So Perfect did have to flash away and use heal to save himself. But the fact of the matter is, he's still alive. Robin was there to help with the gank, and all's well that ends well. Teemo's still alive. Ah, I know why he did this. It's because he saw the Teemo skin preview, and he's like, well, now I have to play Teemo so I can make him popular and ruin solo queue, so Cedrion can go in on Cleva, and then the Gangplank ultimate can kind of zone them out of the fight, but then Cedrion is going to try to go in, and he's going to get the knockup onto Gilius, and Cedrion is going to get that kill. No, it's going to be Robin. Cleva going to get slowed up. Vorborg nearly taken down. Mountain trying to dive the turret, but it just can't happen. And Cedrion and company take a very early lead. Zazis is struggling against Smitty J. Cedrion. Ooh, is gonna hit Cleva, but not get the kill. And here come the Teemo shrooms. Just, oh my god, so much damage just coming out of that Teemo. His shrooms, his blind, just a lot of burst. And Dragon being taken by Robin. The Jinx ult not gonna do anything. And then it's gonna be a Dragon for the red team. Mouse Esports taking an early lead with all of their cheese. The mice are just taking the cheese and running with it. Meanwhile, Gamers 2 has struggled the entire time to try to deal with it. I mean, the kills are 0-3. Oh no, don't go over the mushroom. Poor minions. Anyway, Gamers 2 has been just struggling. They have no idea what to do against this comp. It's like Gilius, his first gank was an unsuccessful one, and he died during it. With Robin, he's been everywhere. He's ganked top, got a kill. He ganked mid, saved Teemo, ganked bot, got a kill. So he has had a more positive influence on his team. And he's going AP Scion. That is green. Yes, that little gemstone is green in his Chilling Smite. That indicates the AP. Now, AP Scion is not what it used to be, but he still scales with the Scream. He still scales with his shield, I'm pretty sure. Mountain getting caught out here. Gonna try to deal as much damage as possible before being taken out. True damage coming across. Gilius trying to dodge it. Gonna get hit. Knocked back, but here comes Robin. Not gonna get the knockup. Gilius still survives. There's the Gangplank ultimate. Ultimate from the Cedrion over the wall. Gonna get the kill. And so is Perfect finishing off the Vorborg. So, once again, another one skirmish for this Mouse team. Why weren't they doing this all season? Clearly, the cheese strats are working for the mice. Ika taking a lot of damage. Oh my god, gonna get taken down here. He didn't even need to be dove. That is a huge loss, huge hit to this Gamers 2 team. And I mean, if Mouse can just continue to skirmish like this, they're gonna be perfectly fine coming into this mid game. They're up almost a full, well, now they are up 4,500 gold. And the game is in their hands. It looks like the next gank attempt is going to be that top lane. Zazis is farming up. He's ready for it. Yes, I would like some real amusement, Varus. Amuse me! But he's just going to go back to farming. He's not a very good court jester now, is he? Jinx still stuck on 74 farm. Can't even buy a big BF sword. This has just been a struggle for Jinx. A struggle for that LeBlanc. I mean, she's farming fine. She just hasn't been able to get a kill. I mean, she has a kill. But she's been struggling, okay? I mean, anybody struggles against a Teemo. It's really annoying having to constantly get poked out. I mean, the tower is gone. Zaz is gonna get dove here, gonna try to flash away, and he's gonna try to heal himself just a little bit with those oranges, but it was not K. The kill gonna go over to the Gilius, and bot lane is gonna fall to Zyra, who is building up a little bit of AP with that health. of the Ruby Crystal. Gamers 2 gonna retaliate by taking this top turret. And despite the score being 2-6, and they are 1 turret down, they still look like they can do something about this game. Mountain gonna get the full burst down onto Ica, but I mean, he just jumps out, nothing doing. So is Perfect trying to come in for the gank, gonna get hit by a mushroom and half health by a blinding dart. So he's gonna just continue to suffer. Cleva, I mean, upcoming team fights, I don't know what he's gonna do about that Teemo blind, but that is gonna crush him. I mean, first he has to get an item, then he can worry about the team fights. Gonna get the BF sword though, so he does have something going for him. I mean, if I were Ica, I probably would have built Abyssal Scepter first to deal with all of the magic damage that's gonna be coming in from Teemo. And I mean, Gangplank has some AP damage. That's another one, AP, GP, OP. Another Gangplank build that they lost out on for this Trinity Force. Once again, I don't disagree with Trinity Force. I just think there are better builds. Cedrion gonna get chunked a little bit by that LeBlanc. Not too much of a worry, but Cedrion, you know, has to be a little bit concerned. Ica's there. There's a rumble off to the side. Gilly is trying to come in for the flank stake. So is Perfect trying to bait them over some mushrooms, and it's just not happening. Bot lane trying to get pushed out by Cleva right here, but gonna get knocked up. The heal gonna go down, get it smote up. The support coming in from Mountain. Mountain gonna slow up Smitty J. Smitty J not gonna do much except kill Mountain. Robin turning it around. Cannot kill Smitty J, but he does have his passive. Gonna get slowed up by Zazis, but Zazis will not follow up. There's So's Perfect though, gonna get pushed back by Vorborg, and the end of the fight ends 2-1 in favor of the Gamers 2. Now Mao's losing their grip on this game a little bit. I mean, they're still up relatively good amount of gold, 3,000 gold to be specific, and Zaz is putting down so much damage onto Gilius. Those crits are gonna be nasty once he builds up an IE, if he even goes there. And right now, looks like Scion is just going for the straight tank, so. And look at all those mushrooms, oh my goodness. It's just hilarious to see all of those shrooms. It's like, nobody can walk here because then they will die. That's always something you have to worry about when it's 50 minutes in and the enemy team has a Teemo. Alright, where's the next mushroom? And will I die? I mean, just walking up, warding Baron, you step on a shroom, crap, you step on another shroom, crap, you step on another shroom, damn it! And then all of a sudden you're dead. Hashtag the struggle, but you gotta do what you gotta do. So right now, despite having the gold lead, Gamers 2 is still getting deep vision down. They're definitely out-rotating Mao's right here. And it's just seen in the way they all went up top to get this turret. Decent minion wave. Smitty J is the only one being shown. They might catch out a Teemo in the jungle. They don't have vision there. But so's Perfect gonna be a little bit smarter than that. But now here comes the dive. Zaz is gonna get knocked back underneath his own turret now. Finally taken down. Smitty J not gonna go down to the turret. Vorborg and Cleva finish off. So's Perfect on the backside. And it just looks like G2 are doing what they can to get back in this game. I mean, they're just doing everything right now. Ica flying into the fight. Not going to be able to stun a Mountain. Robin walking in, dealing a lot of damage with that shield. And a little bit of damage just going back. You know, a little bit of ha, a little bit of ha, a little bit of sha. Just going back and forth. A little bit of Erica in my life. A little bit of Jessica on the side. A little bit of you makes me your man. Alright, now the gold lead is about 2,000 gold. Mao's just slowly losing their grip on the game, and that is something I really don't want to see. I mean, they've been doing so good in this early game. But I think the issue is they put too much onto Robin and not enough onto, let's say, Gangplank or Teemo. Because, yeah, it's good to have a super tank early in the game, but if your super tank is not at the fights, then he's kind of useless. Likewise, I mean, even in that top lane, if Gangplank had the BF sword, then he probably would have been able to trade 1-for-1 under that turret, but that wasn't possible because he doesn't have the kills, he only has the assists. Then again, that's the nature of Gangplank, he just walks in and gets the assist. Robin gonna get ganked up here, take a lot of damage, gonna ult so he can't get disabled, but Ica gonna stand there for the knockup. Ica actually taken very low. Smitty J might be the victim here. Ica tries to go back in and deal as much damage as possible, so is Perfect gonna stay alive in the fight. Gilly is gonna go down, and there's the ultimate from Jinx, finishing off So is Perfect. Good fight for Mouse right here, and they definitely retake control. Right now, just pushing all across the map. They're gonna trade 2 more turrets, but it's an outer for an inner, and I don't think it's worth it, especially when Teemo is on the map. There's just too much going in favor of Mouse right now, and if Teemo can just lay down the shrooms, if he can just make sure the map is peppered with these little bastards everywhere, he's gonna have a great time, and it's gonna be a great time for Mouse. And well, the game is apparently somewhere around 50 minutes long, so I mean, there's only one way to go, and that's right into Teemo's palms. Teemo gonna dodge out that little pistol from Cleva, and no, game's slowing back down. Both teams backing off. Farm in the jungle, you know. Gotta listen to that Scion yell at you all the time. I could take it the blue buff. And what can we talk about here? The vision, definitely. There is a pink ward in the death bush by the Baron, so that is gonna get, you know, it's gonna clear out that entire area of shrooms. They know that there are shrooms over there. It's just they can't exactly see them. Vision, I mean, not entirely in favor of either team. They're both lacking when it comes to vision, even in their own jungles. I mean, there's not a single pink on either side of the map, just the one in the river. And that's really sloppy coming out of both of these teams. Oh wait, no, there is a pink up in the top side, but that's a really useless spot to have a pink on in your own jungle. What is that gonna do for you? It just covers that one bush and nothing else. It's the one right by the Krugs. I'm not sure if you can see it on this mini-map, but it's there, and it really isn't providing much of anything. Now, wards that do work is the one on Baron, that pink ward, and the 2 Scuttle Crabs that are in control of G2. So, what is Mao's gonna try to do aside from put down mushrooms to try to regain vision control? Like, yeah, they have a bunch of mushrooms in the river, but 1 pink ward and they're all gone. Here comes the engage. Robin trying to do what he can. Lee Sin ultimate is down. Here comes the knockup onto the teleporting, but Mountain is going to get taken out on the backside of the fight. He's going to flash away, possibly taken down there. Cedrion going to kill on Smitty J, and the fight is still going. Zaz is super tanky. He has the move speed buff ready. No, he does not. Fight is going to stop right there. And Mountain almost going down, not even using his ultimate. So it's Perfect, however, going to try to do his best to defend this turret, and it's only the minions that are going to make it to the tower. Dragon is up. That is exactly what Mouse is pinging. They want it to happen, but they know that Baron is a semi-real threat. At 23 minutes, if you don't have a Blade of the Ruined King, it's going to take a while, and Zazis gets caught out here majorly, and that might give them the go-ahead to push on towards that dragon. There are so many mushrooms in this mid lane, however, and those minions do not stand a single chance. There's just gonna hold on to that Q. Zaz's does have teleport though, so unless G2 can rotate towards and finish that dragon in the next 10 seconds, it won't be a 5v5. But, you know, here comes Gilius is gonna get knocked up, slowed up by all those minions. Here comes Robin back into the team, getting ulted away, and here comes the Gangplank trying to get in with his teleport. He is on the fight, but Gamers 2 disengage. And that's going to give them the dragon, though. Teemo going to stay here, going to make sure the turrets don't go down. And another dragon going right into Mouse's hands. That's going to be dragon number 3. And the ever-important move speed. Now, Mouse just need to stay on the offensive. They need to be careful about when they pick their fights. That is the biggest part, because they can't just, you know, go in willy-nilly. Zazis does have his global ultimate, so he can somewhat split push, but it's not so reliable. I wouldn't recommend that he stay in the bot lane until he has his teleport back up. Then I would say go and split push, because I mean he can ult and then come into the fight if that's how he provides his usefulness. But I mean, I'm not the one that's playing in the semi-pro league. I'm sure they know better than I do, and I'm sure they know the strategy that they're going with. Despite, you know, just pretty much saying, screw it, we'll just do what we want, and playing Teemo and Gangplank. Now right now, Gamers 2, they are struggling a bit, but Rumble does have the Rylai's. He also has all of that spell pen, so he will be a force to be reckoned with in these upcoming team fights. Likewise, Gangplank finally finishes his IE and has cooldown boots, so those Qs are going to come back up a lot more often, and they are going to crit a lot more often. Still having a few high encoding issues. That is just something I cannot deal with right now. Apologize if the stream is lagging a little bit, which I can see it is, but this is something completely outside of my control and something that I would love to fix, but I just cannot. I apologize for the inconvenience if it is one to you, and I can promise you next week it will be different. It will be better. I promise. I really do. I'm so excited to get my new PC. But enough about me. I'm starting to slur my words now. Enough about me. Back to the game. Looks like the flank is going to try to go down, but Zaz is providing the move speed buff. We'll set things in motion. Robin gonna go onto Smitty J, getting 2 knockups in a row, but not dealing any kind of damage. The ultimate from Rumble not gonna do anything, but Ica is gonna get a kill onto Cedrion on the backside. A lot of AoE going down in the middle of that corridor. So is Perfect gonna get the kill onto the LeBlanc. Where is that Teemo? He is running away as fast as he can, just like the rest of his team. A 1-for-1 fight, ADC for your mid lane carry. That's a decent fight. Teemo still at about half health. Cleva still pretty healthy, but you know that skirmish is just gonna go back home. The 1-for-1. I really think Cleva should be very careful, considering little mobility against the Zyra is kind of bad. So is Perfect, however. Starting to split push. Teemo's split push is not too bad. I mean, his poison definitely helps out. An odd build, though. He doesn't have a Nashor's Tooth, which is ordinarily integral to a Teemo build. But it does look like he's rushing for the spell pen, so his mushrooms just deal that much more damage. It's a good idea, but I can't help but feel he's losing out on a lot of damage by not having the Nashor's Tooth. I mean, he's definitely dealing damage. Don't get me wrong. But he could be doing a little bit more. Gamers 2 gonna take the Scuttle Crab for maybe the 3rd or 4th time by now. I mean, they just constantly take it like it's just their business. But Dragon gonna spawn in 2 minutes. Gilius poked down to half health. And it looks like Robin wants to go in on this. He's going to try to go for this ward. Hardly takes any damage and is going to get that easy. There's so much health and so much armor right now that Robin doesn't afraid of anything. They are going to catch out Zyra a little bit. Zyra not going to get knocked up, however, and is going to be fine. Still more Teemo Shrooms going down. Making sure they cannot move up that corridor. Zazis putting down a ward. A little dangerous. And here comes the Scion. Gotta catch out Smitty J. Not really, because his flash is gonna get blown. And here comes the Smitty J ultimate. Cedrion not standing on top of it. So's Perfect is off on the side. Has to abandon the fight. There goes the ultimate from Jinx. Not gonna do anything. And Aika was nowhere near the fight. Couldn't do anything. A 1-for-0. Decent trade. But now So's Perfect has to go back. And this turret is in danger. There's not an infinite amount of wave clear coming in from Mao's, and considering 2 of their biggest wave clearers have gone back to heal, this tower is most likely going to fall. But it's still a very close game. Mao's is still in control. They have the gold lead. The only place where they kind of lack is by that Baron pit, and all 3 of those mushrooms getting taken out. And just wait until those shrooms hit level 16 and they will be crying. Wow, Teemo straight out buys a death cap. That is gonna up his damage so much. That is gonna be a scary mushroom. Badger, 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 mushroom, mushroom, badger, 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 badger. Dragon number 4 is going to go over 2 Maos without a single fight. They have 4 dragons in a row, and there was never a fight for one. They're 6 minutes away from having their 5th dragon of the game, and to be fair, Teemo is not someone you want to have a 5th dragon on. I mean, there's just so much damage coming out. A lot of wards, a lot of mushrooms. And Mao's finally pushes in, takes control of the vision over here, and I see a Smitty J walking over some shrooms. Zaz is finally taking that top turret. All of the outers are down, and it is about time too. Gilly is going to take a little bit of poke, but not too much. Only about a 1/6 of his health, which in the grand scheme of things is not too much. Gilly's actually going to activate that mushroom, because instead of auto-attacking it, he stepped on it. Robin gonna go in. Knocks up Vorborg. Gets 2 knockups on him. Gilius tries to go for the peel. Zaz is trying to go hard now in that corridor. And the fight is going to disengage. Aika trying to go in. Huge amount of damage going in onto Teemo. But Teemo is going to dodge it out. Robin standing on top of the Smitty J ultimate. Cedrion going to get the kill onto Vorborg. Aika is still in the fight. But here comes Zaz. Is still dealing as much damage as he possibly can. And he is K. Here's So's Perfect off on the side. He has the stealth. And there is not going to be any pursuit. They don't know where Teemo is, so they have to back off. Another pretty good 1-for-1. But it wasn't the trade they were looking for. They traded an ADC for a support, and that is just not something you want to see. Like, oh sweet, we got a kill. Who'd we get? Support! Oh. I mean, anyone can kill the support. Even Robin took him down to about half health. So not an impressive kill, but a kill nonetheless. And then the ADC goes and dies. I mean, I didn't see where he died. There's a lot to cover in a fight. I just can't see it all. That's why I find myself, like, when I watch the LCS and I hear, like, oh, this happened on the backside, I'm like, but I'm watching the better part of the fight over here, where this guy just flashed and dodged 3 spells in a row or something. I don't know. The point is, there's just so much going on in a fight that it's impossible to cover it all. I mean, no matter how good you are. Teemo still trying to set up some shrooms, but there are hardly any on this map. And to go along with that, there are 0 wards anywhere but that Baron pit. for the mouse side at least. Behind the batter pit there's a single red, and those are the only wards. I mean, you could argue that shrooms are wards, but you would be wrong. Teemo currently not in the fight, but Robin not afraid of anything really. He has the Thornmail to deal with the Jinx, so he's gonna be pretty alright coming into these upcoming fights. Ica gonna take out that pink ward. Really good on him. And a pretty decent wave is forming in the top side for Reason Gaming. Not Reason Gaming. Gamers 2. Gamers 2, Reason Gaming. They're both pretty good teams. Too many gaming in the names. Like, there's Mouse Esports. That's different. Then there's a, you know, Counter Logic Gaming, Team Solo Mid Gaming, Dignitas Gaming. I mean, too many gamings, you know. Gilius finally gonna pop one of those shrooms. Vorborg, oh my god, Vorborg nearly died, and he will go down finally to mountain. Here comes the Zazis on the backside, getting a lot of damage down onto Ica. Ica has to get out of there. Robin going hard in the paint, and that is a 3-for-0 fight. That is going to be the Baron for Mouse Esports. Or maybe it's a European thing. They have SK Gaming, they have Gambit Gaming, they have Gilius going in trying to make something happen, but then he dies. They have SK Gaming. They used to have SK Gaming Prime, but now that's Dignitas EU. Baron in favor of Mouse Esports. This could not be a better game right here. Gamers 2, they need to stop this 5th dragon. Otherwise, they will lose this game outright. Zaz is, however, farming the top lane. That's going to give them a small window to try to get up in there. Zazis does have Spirit Visage, so he will get a little more heals off of his oranges. And I'm not sure what he's going to be trying to build into next, but he needs to get bot now. They need this 5th dragon if they want to win the game, and so his Purifict is currently invisible. So he has the stealth advantage right now. They have no idea where he is. And he's going to get hit up. He's going to get knocked up. Gonna get almost destroyed, but Robin gets out of there. Has to use his own ultimate though. No! So is Purifict gonna go down to the Rumble ultimate, and it looks like Mouse might have to give up their 5th dragon. They should be using their Baron buff to push, but instead they're still surrounding this dragon pit. I know there are several ultimates down, but that is not enough to try to risk this. Robin taking way too much damage. Smitty nearly going down, and it's gonna get paused. Damn, what a fight. It might have been something with Robin, I'm not entirely sure. But Smitty J taking a lot of damage. And look, you can see the ultimate coming out from Varus right here. Robin taking a lot of damage. I mean, there's so much right there. That thing coming out of Ica, I mean, and that noise is going to repeat itself for a while. So I'm going to skip over this entire pause. And as we near the end of this game, Ica is going to blow up Robin. But holy crap, so much damage going back down. Cedrion's going to try to flash forward. Not going to get the kill. Robin finally goes down. Gilius going to have the smite. Blue team takes it. And the steal cannot come across. That is their first dragon and a huge buff for them, because that is a 6% damage buff. Ooh. Teemo finally going to come back up. I mean, there should be dozens more mushrooms across the map. You're Teemo. This is like disrespectful to Teemo if you don't have more wards on this map. Zyra actually does have a decent amount of damage. She has a mask and she has boots and the Frost Queen's claim, of course. And she's building that book into an Aether Wisp. Wondering what she's going to get from that. But, you know, just looking at the damage coming out of the entire Mouse team, they're somewhat lacking, I would say. I mean, Gangplank can just do so much more damage. I mean, I'm not saying, you know, sell the Spirit Visage, buy a static Shiv. I'm just saying Xaxis is not doing as much damage as he could. Robin, however, is a giant tank. He doesn't afraid of anything. And he's currently building that phage into some item, God knows what. There's only one build path for it. And they're actually going to get the flank up to this top lane, so is Perfect going to start pushing it. Gonna get hit up by the ultimate from Smitty J, but that doesn't do anything. What the hell? Cleva dies on the back end of the fight from what? Borbor gonna get caught by the ultimate from Cedrion. Smitty J gonna get hit with it next. Not gonna get knocked up from the Thorns, but will get knocked up from the Scion. And that was a 3-for-0 trade. I don't even know how Cleva died, but he did. And that must have been just the magic of Teemo. Mao's gonna push into this base and probably get their first win of the season, as I understand it. Or last time I checked, rather. But oh my god, Aika goes and just bursts down Zyra. It doesn't matter, though. They're still pushing this tower. Robin gonna elect to not tank it. They're gonna rotate out of there. Inhibitor going down in favor of Mao's. 8,000 gold up. And I mean, nothing more to say here than Mouse is playing a really great game right now with this cheesiest comp I have ever seen. I mean, I've seen Teemo before. I've seen Varus before. But damn. Gangplank, Zyra. I mean, Scion Jungle is not anti-meta, but Scion Jungle too? What do you guys think you're doing? Oh, wait, no. I am completely wrong. I am so sorry. That is not an AP Scion. That's a Cinderhulk Scion. Jesus Christ, how did I not get that? I mean, the thing is even under his feet. Damn, now I feel like an idiot. Ugh. Man, if I had a co-caster, I wouldn't have had this problem. Oh, now I feel so stupid. Now I have to go back 50 minutes and say that's not true. So's Perfect. Gonna get a lot of damage out to him, but Smitty J is just gonna flash into the bush on top of another mushroom. I just can't get over the fact that I thought that was an AP Scion. Cleva firing his ultimate somewhere. I mean, at the full health Xaxis maybe. Oh, he's trying to fire it at the platform. Nothing really coming of that though. The Aika taking a lot of damage though. He's gonna have to back out of here, and there are currently super minions going in to the top side of the base. God, I just feel so stupid. Robin tanking up the turret with the Cinderhulk, not the AP. Ugh. Man, I would be fired if I was a pro. I'm disappointed in myself. I can't even use the I'm tired excuse because I'm not. Granted, this is the third game in a row and it's currently 41 minutes, and the last game was also 40 minutes. But you know, this is what the pros do. This is what Rivington the Third does. And Zyrene. Though he's more on the analyst desk. I like his analysis. I like his voice too. That's one of the things D-Man says in his video, so you want to be a shoutcaster. It's that if you don't have the voice for it, then you're shit out of luck. Pardon my French. This is my stream anyway, who cares? I'm building up a portfolio, I should be more professional. Though, really though, he pretty much says you're SOL. Actually, I think he does exactly say that. Baron gonna go down super fast against this Mao's team. I mean, even Xaxis' crits on Baron deal an inordinate amount of damage. He does have that cloak, so he might be going for the Phantom Dancer last item. Xaxis getting a little too close there. There, Baron, you know, Gilius trying to go for the flank stake. Dragon up in 5 seconds, so Robin gonna face check. He's gonna find the whole team. Cedrion not gonna get ulted back into the team. Ica goes down immediately. Robin on the backside, gonna get taken down next. But Smitty J caught out hugely. Gonna try to do what he can. Gets killed easy. And Jinx going down to the Teemo. That's an ace, and that's the win for Mouse. Huge game coming out from them. I mean, just look at their team. There's the surrender. You can't even be mad about that. They just got the crap cheesed out of them, and like, damn, just damn. Man, I have to do something about those transitions. Alright, anyway, enjoy the tunes because, like I mentioned earlier, even us casters need a bathroom break sometimes. So, enjoy the tunes while I be right back. Alrighty, let's get this show on the road. Next game up is Final 5 versus Enemy, and boy oh boy, I love both of these teams. Like, Final 5, they're all just like, oh, wah, and then Enemy, they're like, I just love the name Enemy so much. They got so many all-stars like Body Drop, Trashy, and Inox, and you know, as well as Inox has been doing in the Challenger series, I never really liked him when he was on EG. I always thought that like he just wasn't a very good top laner, but I'm really glad he found his groove as a mid laner. Like he's been doing fantastic as a mid laner, and well, the first thing that comes to mind right now is Inox, is that a mid lane Nidalee? And if so, can you handle it? Now on the other side, I mean, it's a protect the Kog'Maw, but then it has Rengar. So I think they're a little confused about what they want their comp to be. Like, if you wanted Peel, then why did you go for an assassin? Like, Gnar can decently peel, but Rengar, that's just not a very solid pick. I mean, Lulu, yeah, that's part of the comp. That's to protect the Kog'Maw. Janna, yeah, that's yeah. And Gnar, you can get away with, oh, you know, he has the stun, like the people's elbow. He has the Gnar. He has the slows all over the place. It's like, yeah, you can argue that he has great peel. But then you have Rengar, and I just have no idea how he's going to fit into this comp, aside from jump in, die, and then leave the rest of his team to just go at it. I mean, it's going to be a struggle, I think, for Final 5 if Rengar falls behind. And I really think he will, because Enemy right now has a lot of poke. They have a really great early game, with which Rengar, pre-level 6, his ganks are iffy. I mean, if they can be baited in, then hell yeah, his ganks are awesome. But if they can't, it's just like, haha, I dodged your bola. What are you gonna do about it, scrub? But yeah, I just think Rengar was a terrible pick. Just terrible. I mean, it's 5.5. Pick a tanky jungler that can peel for Kog'Maw. I mean, even Maokai jungle would have been so much better. Nautilus jungle. And, hold on, let me just go back. Oh, Sejuani was banned. Okay. But yeah, you get my point. There are so many better options if you want to run a protect the ADC comp. And he picked none of those. Meanwhile, you're going to have Rek'Sai and Hecarim trying to dive onto the back line, and they're going to have the move speed from Otter. That's going to be ridiculous with Hecarim. Like, he's just going to be doing so much damage because he's going to have so much AD. Sure, Gnar is probably going to kite him out in the laning phase, but as soon as teamfight hits, wham! Like, Sivir, bam! Nidalee, going in, Rek'Sai, tunneling, moving, knock up, Hecarim. I mean, they just have so much better team fight right here. Compared to, I mean, nothing wrong with Impaler. I'm just saying his champion is terrible, and it's going to be a 4v5 unless they get the ball rolling really early. Which is hard to do with Rengar to begin with. So, this is going to be an uphill battle for Final 5. And I honestly believe this is all in Enemy's hands. I mean, this should not go anywhere from Enemy. This should just be them.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
They have the stronger early game with the Sivir. In my opinion, at least. I mean, sure, the Janna, yes, adds AD, it blocks damage. But, I mean, Sivir has much better wave clear. Her poke, much more reliable. I mean, that boomerang is a fat skill shot, and it does a lot of damage once you get a few points into it. body drop, if he hooks one of them, they're gonna die. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, I mean, that's more of a skill matchup, really. If Inox hits a spear and then Impaler can't even clear that ward, that's a shame, though. He even used his Q to try to get it. But anyway, mid lane, that's a skill matchup, and I mean, Inox has his summoner spells on the correct spots. You know, you gotta put Flash on F. I mean, you hit D for dance. You can't use that for anything else. But anyway, skill matchup. It's all going to be down to who can hit their skill shots. And I mean, Inox has a heal, so even if Lulu hits his skill shots, it doesn't matter. And Inox also has escapes, so it's going to be really hard to gank him. So Nidalee, perfect pick into the Lulu. And against the Rengar. Because he's just going to hop away and just be like, haha, I'm Nidalee. I jump away now. And on top of that, I mean, the top lane matchup, it's going to be lane swap anyway. So everything I said about the bot lane is now moot. It looks like enemy wanted this. I mean, both of the top laners are farming out the jungle. Flair's taken super low. That was dangerous. Gnar also taken very low. Inox getting hit by that skill shot. And there's the heal I was talking about, you know? But it looks like Sivir and Thresh are going to fast push this lane straight into the tower. And I think it looks like Kog'Maw's going to freeze it. So, two different strategies coming out for enemy and Final 5. Oh yeah, they're going to go back. They hit the level 2 and they're going to want to rotate back towards bot lane. I think they want the 2v2 matchup. Sivir does have 11 farm. Well, yeah, Kog'Maw is still freezing the bot lane. I think Final 5 still thinks enemy has their duo in top because, well, for one, Hecarim still has not shown anywhere on the map. He's still double jungling with Trashy, which is the correct decision, in my opinion. And I think he's going to continue doing that until Gnar pushes out the lane. And Sivir now going to show bottom lane. We're going to get some standard lanes here. I think enemy thought that Final 5 were going to do the lane swap and tried to anticipate it, but it obviously didn't go that way. And now Veritas not going to have the solo lane anymore. It's a level 3 and a level 1 to 2 level 2s, so advantage definitely to enemy. Inox still taking a lot of damage, and Gate is doing a really good job of landing his skill shots. I mean, it does help when you use picks. I mean, that's why the spell is called Help Picks, because she helps you land your skill shots. Actually, I'm not sure what sex Pix is, but Veritas gonna get a lot of damage put down on him. Flayed back. Otter taking a lot himself. Spell Shield not gonna do anything. And a good trade. Coming out immediately out of the gates, 4 minutes in. So not immediate. But Trashy also trying to set up a gank on the top side. Gonna miss out on that gank. Gnar kiting him back into the jungle. And Inox still taking a good amount of poke. I'm curious to see what mana item Inox will build, whether it will be a Rod of Ages or if it will be an Archangel Staff. And here comes Rengar into the bot lane. Rux dealing a good amount of damage to Flares with that passive W. That is a part of the Gnar kit that I always really loved. I mean, just a massive amount of magic % health damage. Can't go wrong with that. Right now, body drop. I mean, that was really good looking engage. Oh, it's a major bait in. Veritas gonna get hooked up, but here comes Rengar. Otter. Oh, Impaler just gonna walk in the lane. Not even attempt to use his bola. And he walked up to them and then used his feral scream. I think that's what it's called. No, that's what Cho'Gath calls it. He uses his roar and doesn't really do much of anything. He just walks into the lane, heals himself, and then leaves. Kind of a jip if you ask me. I would be asking for my money back on that gank. Like, damn. Can't even be bothered to gank my lane. Flares and Rux still going really hard at each other. Flares taking really low. Very risky for Flares, but he does have the... Crap, I forgot the name of it already. Flask. Yes, Flask. I don't know how I constantly forget the names of items and skills and whatnot. Rux, level 6. He's gonna go in, but the dive gonna be successful, but he will also give up a kill to Flares. But he got the first blood, so he can type into the alt chat that it was worth it, and I think it is. I mean, I would do that dive any day of the week. But, oh, here comes Trashy, getting the gank onto Gate. Gonna use the flash already. Will the dive come out? Trashy flashes forward. Gate, gonna get dove now. The Ignite, can it finish him off? Yes, it will. And that is a successful tower dive in the mid lane. Flash is burned all around. NACS doing a really good job. As well as Trashy. I mean, he was there too. He got the knock up and did a lot of damage. I mean, that's what I like about the Rek'Sai early game. All of that just raw damage that comes out of it. And then in the late game, Veritas gets hooked. Anyway, in the late game, I mean, still has a lot of uses in the sense that, you know, she has a very reliable knock-up that is on a low cooldown. And is super mobile. So, yeah, Rek'Sai is the new Lee Sin as far as anyone is concerned. And, you know, despite first blood, things not going Final Five's way. Enemy doing what they can to stay ahead of this game, and much like they always do, win. NACS, you know, just swiping Gate a little bit, you know, putting the paws down, still getting a lot of damage down. The shield's gonna mitigate a decent amount of that, but NACS with the heal gonna go over towards that blue buff, and it looks like NACS is gonna build that Morello Nomicon first. It's an item every mid laner loves. I mean, it's like the same thing with the Chalice. So you can build whatever mid item you want now. I mean, I'll always be a Chalice kind of guy, or rather the Athene's Unholy Grail. I just love that item always. I thought it was, you know, great. The mana font was so cool. I mean, yeah, I built Morello's. I just don't like it as much, although it's probably a better item at this point. Flare's taking a decent amount of damage from Rux in this top lane, and Rux is actually building up towards that Triforce first, but, you know, I've seen Phage and then an entire build be laid out before. That used to be a popular Nidalee build as well, where Nidalee would just build Phage and then go completely AD Bruiser, like all this tankiness and damage like Maul Mortius and that kind of stuff, and then just have the Phage for the entirety of the game. It's like, what do you do with the Phage? You sell it when you get to 6 items so you can buy a better item. But really though, Phage is super strong, and I believe that it needs a new build path. I mean, come on, they made Luden's Echo. The least you can do is give us another Phage build. Yeah, I understand, you know, it's hard to make an item that will be balanced for the team, but you made Luden's Echo, and everyone can agree that that is a very balanced item. I'm not even kidding, that's a really good item. I mean, it's super strong on champions that want to be more bursty. NACS gonna get ganked in that mid lane, but Impaler not even gonna try to dive him. NACS just gonna hop away like a bunny, but he isn't a bunny, he's a kitty cat. And NACS gonna go back. Things are heating up in pretty much every lane. I mean, everyone is still just fighting with each other. That's the kind of brawling I like coming out of both of these teams. Rux still going pretty hard in on Flares, dealing a lot of damage to him. It's that percent health magic crap that I was talking about earlier. And the fact that the boomerang is on a 3-second long cooldown. Bot lane, gonna go back. Buys Sivir an Avarice Blade, so gonna get a little more bang for her buck when farming those minions. Flares under his own tower. Rux doing what he can to make sure Flares just has a terrible time. Up 20 farm, doing a really good job of keeping Flares down. Now Rux gonna go really hard in on the Flares because there's Impaler for the gank. Easy kill for this final 5 team. They will even up the kill count and take a small gold lead. And all of it is going to be on that Gnar. That is a super strong champion to have be strong. And oh my goodness, Gate taking down a half health. But it's a turret for a dragon trade. We've seen all of that all the time. I mean, early on would think getting the turrets are infinitely better purely because of the gold. But I can see the value in going for dragons first. Right now, Otter getting a little too close to Veritas. Gonna get chunked out really well there. But here's Nidalee for the bot lane gank. And it looks like, oh my god, another spear going in. NACS has to use his ult, or rather the Otter ult, to get away. And the teleport coming to the bot lane, not the smartest teleport. Because now this turret is basically freed up to be taken. Top lane completely free to be pushed. And, I mean, enemy just retaking a turret. Enemy with a really good gank in the bot lane to just take the pressure basically off of every lane. Flair's doing a decent number to this turret. He might be able to... No, he's not going to be able to get it. But bot lane will fall. That is an easy... That was loud. Anyway, that was an easy, pocketable amount of gold. I forget exactly how much turrets give because it's variable from turret to turret. Well, not all 11 turrets, I mean which range of turrets. But it looks like a lot of pings are coming out of Final 5 and they want the blue buff, but I think they're afraid someone's going to be there. So yeah, there's just so many pings going down around that bot lane. I think they know that Body Drop and not Inox, so Trashy were trying to set something up. Sheep now taking this red buff with Veritas. That's going to be the red buff. Over to the Cogmizzle. Now Otter, it looks like he's going to want to freeze his bot lane. So that's going to force the push to go towards mid, where Rux is currently helping take down this tower. Rux still taking a lot of damage. Going to get knocked up, jumped on. Rux has to hop away, and not going to get hit by another spear, but that is the Lulu ultimate for virtually nothing. Pings going down to the bot lane. Otter actually opting to push the wave. Impaler ulting a little too close to Flares. Flares is going to easily escape, but now he's going to get slowed up. Flares trying to go back in on the fight. He knows he doesn't have support, and he knows he doesn't have a turret. So much for that easy escape. But Sheep going to get hooked up, knocked back with the ultimate, and Body Drop pushed away, while Otter does his best to push his turret with 4 members of a team. They're gonna die. Veritas is gonna get knocked up and immediately blown to smithereens. That is another kill trade and another tower for enemy. They're doing a very good job of keeping the pressure on. And I could half expect the teleport to come into the top lane, but nope, he's gonna hold on to it. Just take the enchantment. Home guard. Yeah, it takes me a second. Like I said, I just forget the names of things for like no reason. Like in a team fight, I'll completely forget what champion is what and just yell, "Kill the bitch! Kill the bitch!" And my teammates are like, "Who's the bitch?" And I'm like, "All of them! Just kill them!" And we win. Because we're just so good at League of Legends. I love League of Legends. And now mid turret is under pressure from enemy. Janna Shield gonna block a couple of auto attacks. Sivir says nice try in that cheeky manner of hers. Gate not gonna get hooked up. The Thresh gonna miss that hook. And an interesting split build coming out of Sivir. Not something I disagree with. I actually split build quite often. It's just unusual to me, but I mean, I understand where she's coming from, getting the attack speed and the attack damage all at the same time. So when she finishes both of her items, it's going to be a huge, huge power spike. Man, that first tower shot seemingly does no damage. Like, what is the points of turrets doing damage after 15 minutes? Ha ha ha. Anyway, NACS pushing really hard with that Nidalee of his 2-0 Nidalee. He has another Aether Wisp on his side, so I can only imagine what he's building that into. Needing that mana regen, has the blue buff. And Impaler gonna try to ult in. Gonna jump onto Otter. Otter going to go really low. There's Gnar on the backside trying to get the stun, but Trashy taken pretty low himself. Ruck's gonna drop body drop, and the dive will no longer continue. Very good fight from Final 5 to not only take the kill, but also take the tower. That was a very good dive, and Impaler's proving me wrong with this Rengar pick. They are setting up really good picks right now, and despite it strictly not being a protect the Cogmaw comp, it's working pretty well. But Flair's gonna pressure top lane. He is 100% gonna take that tower. Doesn't even care what Gate has to say. Now Gate, I mean, just trying to scare him. He's like, yeah, I have a slow. That lowers your attack damage. Anyway. Just going back to that same old song and dance push. Dragon going down again in enemy's favor. That's 2 now. And there's not another turret to trade for it. So that's going to be a free dragon. That is 2 dragons in the pockets of enemy. And they are just looking really good when it comes to objectives. They are 2k gold up, despite being down in kills. I think it has something to do with that, 170 farm on your Sivir compared to the 120 of Cogmaw. Excuse my burping. We're all human. We do it. Paler gonna try to get a gank down in this bot lane. Otter maybe trying to do something fancy with that spell shield. Nope, that's gonna be a no. Dive might come out, but Trashy is here to save them. Not sure what might be coming down here. I mean, ults are up for both sides. This could be a turret dive, but it would be a very risky one. And I am just kind of afraid that Final 5 might overextend themselves into the enemy territory. They should be careful. They are up against a very pokey comp, and one that is highly mobile. Like, very mobile. Like, just look at all of them. I mean, Thresh is the least mobile of them all. But next to Sivir, he's just as mobile as the rest of the team. My question is, who's going to build the Captain enchantment boots? Taking out the back line of minions with that boomerang. And the game will just slow down from here again. Cag Mizzle, going to take that red buff. And Impaler has 5 stacks charged. Baron up in 30 seconds, but it's only 20 minutes into the game, so that's to be expected. Otter and Body Drop still pushing this bot lane. They're doing a pretty good job of it. Dragon not to spawn for possibly another 3 minutes. Somewhere around there. Or 4. So right now, enemy just trying to group up. They have the synergy in all of their... just look at their comp. It has Sivir and a bunch of champions with a massive amount of move speed. So grouping up is definitely in their vocabulary. Impaler going hard. Inox gonna hop away, flash away. Body Drop gonna be the next victim. Body Drop getting knocked up, and he's gonna flash out of there, barely going down. But here comes Flares on the backside, gonna get knocked out of there. Sheep with another knockback. Ruck's doing a lot of damage. There goes Flares, taking down Veritas, very far away from the rest of his team. What was Veritas doing so far? And just so much damage coming down on all fronts. That is going to be an overall 1 fight for enemy. They're going to take a single turret, possibly another. And it looks like Inox building up that new item I was just talking about earlier. God, I was saying the name of it earlier and I already forgot it. Ludenzeko. There we go. I'm not sure if it's just like a short-term memory thing, or if I'm just stupid, or what. But it's like, I'll be talking about something and then completely forget it. I mean, everyone probably has that happen to them sometimes. But anyway, let's get back to the game right now. It looks like Flair's just farming. He's 2 and 3. That's not bad. He has his Trinity Force and his Home Guard boots, so he's doing pretty well for himself right now. We have Nar with his Randuins, and it looks like he just only still has that Phage. I'm not sure where he's gonna put that dagger though. That is gonna be an unusual pick. Right now, both Rengar and Rek'Sai are going to build towards the tanky side. I mean, they have their first enhancement, so now they're going to clear the jungle as fast as they can and just go tank from there. I don't know what you can build out of a Kindled Gem and 2 Cloth Armors, but I'm sure Impaler knows what he's doing. Now, as far as the top lane goes, Otter gonna push bot that out. Trashy thinking he caught out Veritas. Here comes Flares. Flares gonna get caught out, and this is just a terrible fight for enemy right here. Ruck's gonna come into the fight, gonna get killed. Flares gets taken down as well. Just a super sloppy overextension. What the hell was that? Honestly, though, I have no idea what that was. I think Impaler thought it was just a 2v2, and he's like, oh, that's okay, we can go. And then, no, that was a terrible idea. But because everyone from Final 5 was in bot lane, I mean, despite wasting teleport and a couple of flashes, or ults rather, they were able to just trade turrets. Really good of enemy to make back what they lost in that really bad screw up. Now, oh jeez, I just watched the video continue to stutter, and all I can say is I am so sorry. I really have no idea why it's doing that. I even have this YouTube video on 480p. Yeah, I mean, it says high encoding. I don't really know what that means. I'm only using up like 1,000 kilobytes per second, which is a meg. So really not much. And it looks like enemy gonna get dove on. Enoch's taking a lot of damage. He's gonna get out of there though. And it looks like with all that move speed, body drop not gonna hit the hook. Red team slays the dragon for the 3rd time. That is the move speed. Ruck's trying to kite, but everyone gets out alive. Oh my god, I'm so sorry about this lag. I honestly have no idea what could be causing it. I really don't. I mean, I have a hunch, and with that hunch, I will try to fix it after. Oh, jeez. Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna do this. Technical issues. We will be right back. Alright, I am really sorry about these stutters and these lags, and it's really embarrassing for me. So, the show must go on. I will continue. Hopefully, what I changed right there. I mean, it might have been an issue with Open Broadcaster itself because I had an, I mean, you saw it, the image slideshow going, and I'm not sure if it's because that was programmed in that it was giving it an issue or not. But I hope that changing it from that slideshow to just a static image fixed the problem. And I'm going to see if I can bump this back up to 720p. And if we still get high encoding errors, then I'll lower it to 480. And oh my god! Flares! Going really deep for that kill and just taking it. Like, damn. Enemy has a very small lead, but I mean, in gold at least. Not even a lead in kills. And Flare's gonna tank up this turret. There's no response. That is gonna be a free inhibitor turret. And a free inhibitor on top of that. There is no response to this fight. And Rux, he's gonna try to do what he can, but he's gonna get just boxed out. He's gonna get hooked up, jumped on, and he's gonna hop out of there. Impaler gonna use his own ultimate, but they're gonna know exactly where he is with that trashy passive. And it looks like the fight is gonna continue, possibly. No. Alright, that was on my side. It's because I'm fooling around with the video. Alright, now rotate top for enemy. The next victim of the map is definitely going to be this top inner. And they're gonna want to push for that second inhibitor as well. So it looks like they're going a little hard right now. Ruck's gonna use a huge two-man Gnar, but he gets stunned up right there. Sheep on the front line has to move back, and it looks like that'll be the end of the fight. And still getting some high encoding errors, so Impaler possibly gonna get jumped on. Gonna lower the quality to 480p once more. I am so sorry about this. Like I said, this is kind of embarrassing. And I said it once and I'll say it again. Next week, I promise. My new computer is currently in the same city as I am. Except not only is it still in its box, it's also going to be delivered to my friend's place because some certain shipping postal service has a terrible tendency to not even use the buzzer at my front door. So, I mean, despite all of these lags and inconsistencies, and oh my god, I don't even know what could be causing this error. I am just so sorry. I'm doing my best to try to keep this as smooth as possible, and Windows or Open Broadcaster, I don't know what it is, they're just not helping me. So I hope you can forgive me for, well, constantly apologizing, and I hope you can forgive me for having bad video quality. Now, I hope that'll be the last time I apologize, so I can actually cast this game for you. Right now, it's nothing but slow going. Enemy setting up vision around the Baron, which is going to be their next victim. I say victim a lot. It's a bad habit. But they're going to peel off of it right now. They hear the enemy team coming in. They know exactly where they are. Trashy can see them. Otter gonna use his ultimate and get immediately stopped by that slow Trashy, trying to get as close as he can. But oh my god, Hecarim comes flying in from the side. He's gonna get blown up and has to use his ultimate to escape. Huge Gnar coming in, knocking body drop back into the team, but the fight continues. Veritas gonna get caught by the hook. He's gonna get killed, almost killed on the backside. There goes Trashy trying to finish off Veritas. Veritas is so low! He's still alive. Inox finally gets the kill. Impaler gonna be the next one to get hooked. Impaler taken relatively low. But the only casualty of that fight is Veritas. And by golly, was that a close one. Now it seems Dragon is spawning in 1 minute. And Enemy definitely not healthy enough to go take the Baron, so they're gonna go back, slow it down, be happy with their single kill, and see what they can do next. The next options: Baron, Dragon. Although they would have to wait for Dragon, so I would say doing Baron first might be a better option. Right now, they know they are so much more powerful. They know they can win team fights. They know they have super minions going down the mid lane, but those are going to stop soon, and they need to take advantage of it while they still have it. Flares getting chased down though. The Glitter Lance not going to land. That's one thing that was always so frustrating. It's like Pix was always so inaccurate. You can only blame Pix when the Glitter Lance misses. I mean, you hit that Q button and see it goes backwards, and it's like, oh, Pix. Impaler gonna get hooked up, not gonna get engaged upon, but gonna get hit by that Nidalee Spear, and wow. Taken out of the fight. Dragon not gonna be contested. Dragon number 4 going over to enemy, and they are 6 minutes away from having the 5th dragon. That blue inhibitor already respawned. 3606 is that dragon. That was kind of funny. The traps even proc the passive of Luden's Echo. That's actually really funny. Anyway, Otter frontlining for the team. He's got to make a statement. Multiple lanes being pushed in at once. A tower is up in only 2 of them. So, pushing mid lane, definitely the best option. Rux about to go Gnar, so spending that now, definitely going to be the best use of enemy's time. Rux not going to have that once it runs out. Well, wow. Fun things are fun. Impaler jumping into the enemy team. 4-man Gnar going across the entire team. Inox not going to go down. He is still alive. Otter doing as much damage as he can on the backline. Trashy diving forward. Double kill for Otter. Impaler going to be the next target. They're trying to focus him down, but they don't have any more CC. That is a 2-0. Inhibitor goes down, and they're going to rotate towards that Baron. There's the ping. And Flares, well, he definitely has the move speed to get over there. I am just so surprised Inox actually survived on the backside of that fight. That was crazy. Trashy gonna go back and heal so he can be full health for this next fight. He's gonna just Rek'Sai ultimate back. Impaler almost gets caught out here, but the spear will miss. Inox almost lands another spear onto their mid laner. I can't read the name because it's 480p. And here comes Flares on the backside. Veritas taken relatively low, but Impaler gonna get knocked up. Gate gets hooked up, flayed backwards. Gate goes down. Impaler next. Rux and Veritas in lots of trouble. And after 2 more kills, enemy gonna go back to the Baron and take it. There's not gonna be a fight for this Baron. 4 minutes until Dragon number 5. And enemy has all the time in the world. For those of you who have seen League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, thank you for getting the reference. But anyway, Flare's gonna go back again. And he's actually gonna push out the bottom wave. The 4-1 split push gonna work considering they also have super minions. Inox still full health despite tanking some of that turret. Turret almost goes down, but Otter, actually that turret will go down. Otter has to use his ultimate to get away safely. And Otter can't go back just yet because that Gromp, as agitated by Inox, has to damage him first. So, enemy, open inhibitor, down inhibitor, inhibitor turret still standing. So, what they need to do is just go back to the 4-1. And, I mean, they have Baron, just push it down. That is going to soon be a 4-item Sivir. I mean, Kog'Maw only has 2. You can't run a protect the Kog'Maw comp if there isn't a Kog'Maw to protect. Enemy setting up vision for this dragon. They know how important that is, and it's going to be 3.5 minutes until it spawns. So, you know, getting the vision now important, but what they need to do is, put that Hecarim in the top lane, push that open inhibitor because he has the Triforce, while they put the rest of the team to challenge the turret. That is the best option. And, well, right now, Final 5, your Rengar is showing. After about 20 minutes, Rengar has largely been useless in these fights because they can't burst down NACS fast enough because he has the heal and so much peel. They can't burst down Sivir because of the spell shield. She'll just block one of the damaging spells if she can. And I mean, body drop tanky, trashy tanky, flares Hecarim. So really the only two options are Otter and Inox, and they just can't be stopped. Now here they are pushing this bot lane. Otter using that spell shield, body drop using that shield. Not gonna have that for the oncoming fight, but I don't think they'll need it. They are 10 gold up, 4 dragons in, and they have a Baron, so they're definitely on the good side of this fight. Flair's actually going to take down Rux in a 1v2, and that is going to be 4v5 across the map. Flair's taking this inhibitor like there's no tomorrow. Veritas going to get dove on, and oh my god, Sheep nearly killed in that fight, and Sivir will destroy the tower. Third inhibitor going down. That's going to be the end of the game. Enemy taking it to Final 5. And we have had a hell of a night here so far. Super exciting stuff. Enemy in Final 5, ladies and gentlemen. Exactly as I said would happen. It was a Protect the Cogmaw comp, and it was a 4v5. Well, I mean, it wasn't exactly as I predicted it. I mean, it was pretty good for a time, but it just wasn't enough. And in the end, enemy simply had the better team comp. So congrats to them. And I will take another short break. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Alright, well, as you might know, the artist of all the music, as it says on the screen right now, Adrian Von Ziegler. Really good stuff. I mean, he's got amazing music. He lets everyone use it for free as long as they like put his name on it somewhere. So it's right up there. Don't get mad at me, Adrian. I love your music. It's really good stuff. Me and my friends all love it. But now we're gonna get into Team Dragon Knights versus Counter Logic Gaming Black. And right now, both of these team comps look pretty cool. I mean, you have a lot of burst coming out of... Oh wow, Alex Ich is on this team. Wait, this is like an entirely new TDK lineup. There's no Seraph. There's Alex Ich. Smoothie's not different. I don't remember Maria. Kez, I think, was already there. But, I mean, Challenger Series, they can do whatever they want. I personally... Oh, crap. I forgot to change the screen. Anyway, yeah. Like, completely new TDK lineup. And on the CLB side, there's still Lord Lothing, Card, Easy, Stixay, and Kenny Yu. Pardon me. Anyway, both of these teams look pretty strong right now. It looks like CLG Black are going to go for an early game kind of bursty kind of team. And, you know, with Nunu, strong late game, they have so much AoE, so much zoning, and, I mean, should they do it right, Stixay should go wild and make game team fights. But, on the other side, you have RF Legendary and Kez. Like, that combo alone just destroys team fights. Because, you know, Lockdown 1, destroy the other. And then Alex Ich and Smoothie, I mean, I don't think it's going to be a support LeBlanc. So, Alex Ich also puts on the burst. Kez ults one person, Alex Ich goes in and destroys them. That's kind of how that's going to go. Maria, I mean, can couple for the Piltover ultimate experience. I'm sure you've done that once before in your life, and if you haven't, you are missing out. I've done it before on the ADC side of it. And, well, it's a fun time, fun experience for everyone. But right now, I mean, I would give the early game probably to CLB. Mid game, up in the air, toss up, because it's just hard to see like Graves not doing well in the mid game. But given the laning situation, Caitlyn is stronger than Graves. But I mean, even in my experience, granted, I'm only gold, so you know, don't hold that against me. But I've beaten Caitlyn's as Graves before in lane, and it all comes down to how good is your support. So, Kenny Yu and Smoothie are going to be a huge impact in that lane. Early on, I mean, LeBlanc can put down a lot of damage, but will also take a lot of damage. So Easy and Alex Ich gonna go head to head, but I mean, Alex Ich, I wrote a paper on this guy. I'm not even joking. In mythology class, we had to choose like a popular figure from whatever media we wanted. And I chose Alex Ich, and basically wrote about how Alex Ich is like a Greek god legend, because he took his team from nowhere and made them like #1 in the world, and then after he rose to power, he fell, and you know, just this whole like epic story about why Alex Ich is basically a god. And I got an A on it. So I mean, someone else thinks Alex Ich is a god now, even though she's like 70 years old and has no idea what video games are. So yeah, that was a fun experience, writing an essay about Alex Ich. I mean, I just chose him because, what's going on today? Oh, EUCS, and I'm watching that during class, and she's like, oh, guys, choose someone for your essay, and I'm like, oh, there he is, he's right on my screen. He actually wasn't, though, because at that time he wasn't in the LCS. I was thinking about doing Froggen, but at the time he was still, you know, up there. So I'm like, nah, that's way too early in his story arc. Because, I mean, technically he's still on top. Alex Ich, I mean, he hit rock bottom, now we're here, so. He's making his way back up the ladder. He's making his heroic return to stardom. At least that's what I prophesize it as. Alex Ich, I mean, he's been all over the challenger scene. He's been in NA. He's been obviously in NA. He's in this game right now. He's been in EU for a long time. The challenger series, I mean, he was pro. He was best team in the world, best mid laner in the world next to Froggen. And now he's been in the challenger series, and understandably so. I mean, things weren't working out with or rather Gambit. That's something I understand, you know, personal issues with other players. That's something you can't control. Maria gonna take a little bit of poke here, but Stixate gonna take a lot of damage back. Stixate still winning that auto attack trade though. Not really, but it was close. Kenny Yu putting down as much damage as he can as well. And I mean, I just want to talk more about Alex Ich, because like this is one of the guys that was in one of the first matches I ever watched as pro League of Legends. Like I can gloat about the fact that the first ever professional match I ever watched live was CLG EU versus Team WE. And like I was level 17 at that point, so I half knew what was going on. Or rather, I did know what was going on, but I was bad. So I still didn't understand why things were happening, but I mean still, it was so super hyped up, amazing game. I still go back and watch it. And like Alex Ich in that tournament, I remember watching him. I remember Gambit Gaming, and it's like, oh, these are the only guys that can beat the Koreans. And it, like at that time, that was huge. Like, oh my God, Alex Ich is a god. And it's like on one hand, it's sad to see him no longer in the LCS, no longer even remotely close to the world stage. But with a guy like him, he can definitely make it back. I mean, whether he takes TDK up through relegations, which is highly likely. I mean, looking at their future competition, it might be Dignitas, Winter, Fox. And those are teams that are highly vulnerable right now. Winter Fox said that they were a summer split team, but I mean, I just don't see it. Luckily, there isn't much going on in the game right now, so I can talk about this crap. Anyway, I think, as far as the NA Challenger scene goes, Alex Ich can make his rise back to stardom. We will see him on the LCS stage, but he will be representing North America. And, you know, that's something I still struggle to see when, like, oh, NA better than EU, EU better than NA. I mean, I'm an NA fanboy. NA is clearly better than EU, in my opinion. No way affiliated with Riot, etc., etc. It's in my description. But I personally feel NA is better. And that is why you have EU players coming over, because it is a better environment for better players. Like, I mean, Forgiven as an ADC would probably get crushed by North American ADCs, because, I mean, we've seen it before. If Lucian and Graves are not available, he and the entire team struggles. Lorlo actually gonna get ganked in his top lane, knocked back, gonna burn the flash at the last second. Kez going in to try to secure the kill. Last auto attack from RF Legendary, not gonna finish him off. And a huge gank coming in that top lane. So much wasted effort though, because it did not result in a kill. Anyway, going back to what I was saying. I just think NA as a whole is just a better region. And I was talking about Forgiven, and I mean, I can talk about like Froggen too. If he were to come over to NA, I feel like he would be one of the top mid laners, because I personally believe he's still one of the best in the world. Although his team has definitely not been good enough to show it this last split. Fnatic, I mean, I'm still not sure about them. I think it's more of a result of everyone else around them being bad than it is them being good. And I mean, it kind of shows. Meet Your Makers. I mean, you could also argue Coast. First Blood actually going to come down onto Easy in this mid lane. A really good gank to lock up Easy from Alex Ich. and ThinkCard trying to make something happen in the top lane, but I mean, Nunu ganks. What a joke. Anyway, see, like I mentioned before, it's all about the support battle in this bot lane, and Stixxay and iKennyU are definitely winning it. They say Caitlyn counters Graves, and that's just because of the huge range disparity. I mean, sniper rifle versus shotgun, if you want to think of it that way too. But, I mean, yeah. Support's definitely winning it for him. iKennyU definitely doing work. And, wow, I didn't even see that. Vi soloing the dragon. Getting that first dragon buff is going to be pretty big for TDK. That's going to give them the obvious damage buff and gives them, you know, map pressure because now they don't have to worry about the dragon. It's CLG Black that should worry about the dragon right now. Stixxay actually going to put down a lot of damage onto these two. Not going to be enough to get a kill, so I'm going to go back to talking about the NA versus EU. Now, one of my least favorite arguments about that is like, oh, but Bjergsen is from EU and he's the top mid laner in NA. It's like, yeah, but he's in NA. He would probably be the top mid laner in EU too. I mean, what does that mean? It just means he's one of the best mid laners in the world. I will say that. I'm a CLG fan, and I will go in on the record and say Lust Boy is probably my favorite support that isn't Afromo. And Bjergsen is one of the best mid laners in the world. Like, that's just who they are. Lust Boy, yeah, he's Korean. That doesn't mean Korea is better than UA. That just means a Korean player is playing for NA. It's like, he doesn't say like, it's not going to be Worlds and, you know, in the finals TSM versus whoever. It's like, Bjergsen is not going to rip off his shirt and shout like, oh, I was actually playing for Lemon Dogs the whole time. Or, I forget which team he was on before he actually came over to TSM. But it's not going to be that. He's not going to be like, oh, I am playing for EU. I am not actually playing for North America. It's like, no, he's playing on TSM. He's playing on the North American team, TSM. So, just saying that he's just representing EU is incorrect. And Lorlo gonna get jumped on right here. Gonna put down his own ultimate as well, but it's not gonna do nearly enough. Kez actually might get taken down from ThinkCard. The flash ice ball from ThinkCard doing all that it can, but it's only gonna be a 1-for-1 trade in that top lane. Now, I actually like talking about the regional differences between NA and EU. Like, Alex Ich, if we want to go back to him, he's currently trading with Easy, and I mean, he by far outclasses Easy. And if he were to make it into the LCS, it wouldn't be, oh, he's actually from EU, that means he's representing Europe. It's like, no, that's not what it is. He is playing for the American team TDK in North America. Now, you can bring up the StarCraft scene and how the North American StarCraft scene is nothing but people from South Korea. You can say the same about every other league, StarCraft league in the world. Literally. Easy gonna get locked up here. Flash in from Kez. Another easy kill for Kez. And that is 3 ganks, 3 successful kills. Well, 4 ganks, 3 kills. I almost forgot about the one that failed up top. But, I mean, it wasn't strictly a failure. He just didn't get the kill. Now, I believe the same thing is happening in China right now, where all of these Korean players are headed to China to play for Chinese teams because they offer a lot more money. It's not going to be like in the finals, let's just say TSM versus VG Gaming. It's not going to be like, oh, ThinkCard actually diving up in this top lane. RF Legendary going to flash out of the Absolute Zero and save himself. Really good use of his Summoner spell to escape those 2 huge damage ultimates. Getting back to this bot lane. I just love watching the action down here. RF Legendary gonna go a little too far forward. Gonna stun up Lorlo though. He's under the turret. Will get the kill, but not before he dies himself. Another 1-for-1 in that top lane. Really well played from RF Legendary. Now, I will admit, don't know much about RF Legendary. What I do know is that he just won that 1v2. I mean, if I go in 1v5 and get a kill, I'm going to say I won a 1v5. Doesn't matter how many you killed, it just matters that you got one. Hashtag worth right into the all chat. Now, I want to comment on Graves' build. That is something I really like to see. Going BF Sword into the Brutalizer for the Umus. I just think, you know, BF Sword on top of armor penetration equals so much damage that it is, like, unsanitary. That's not the word I was looking for. But Stixxay is going to get stunned up. He's going to take a lot of damage. Really late teleport from Lorlo. Stixxay nearly gets taken down though, and Lorlo comes and joins the fight. Kenny Yu taken super low too. Alex Itch actually comes in for the flank, gets 2 kills, and he is currently 2-0-2 on this Chronologic Black team. Or rather, against it. Dragon spawning in 13 seconds, and that was a great roam down from Alex Itch to secure those 2 kills. That was a really close fight up until the Russian God came down and destroyed him. I'm just gonna call him Russian God, because that's what my paper was about. Thinkcard might be able to come in for the steal. The ultimate from Lorlo goes down. Kez taken really low though, and he's actually gonna get killed. Thinkcard walking in, gets the dragon steal, and he won't be able to get any more. But that was a winning fight right there. Easy, not going to be able to finish off anyone else. And that was a dragon for 2. I mean, if you don't count the 2 that died in the gank bot lane earlier. So overall, across the map, a dragon for 4. So not worth it in the grand scheme of things, but I mean, you could also say it was a dragon and 8 kills against 3 kills, so yeah, it was worth it. But that's stretching it. I'm just making my argument sound dumb, at this point at least. But yeah, bot lane tower is going to fall, putting some money in CLG Black's pockets. It's definitely going to help lessen this gold gap. And, well, Alex Itch is super big right now. He has that Luden's Echo, and he's currently building up into another big stick item. Just like the Russians, to go big and go home. Yes, I said and go home. It isn't or with them. It's I mean, they go big, they go hard, they go fast, and then after they do what they gotta do, they go home. I mean, who doesn't? Everyone goes home eventually. Alex Itch gonna get slowed up there, but Lorlo caught out in his own jungle, or lane rather, and dies in the river. Stixxay gonna not take the damage from that ultimate, and Thinkcard is gonna block it out. Smoothie trying to make a play here. Kez not gonna land that Q. Just a little short for that Nunu. Thinkcard just hiding in the bush. He needs to be the Nunu bot, where he just stands there and goes ha 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 ha. That distortion did half of Kenny Yu's health. This is not a safe environment for a very squishy Janna. And RF Legendary is just going to split push and take that top tower. Meanwhile, mid tower for CLG Black is super low, and Alex Itch just doing so much damage. The mimicked distortion just going in on the easy, doing what he can. Stixxay gonna dash away, clear the wave, oh baby. And it looks like CLG Black is struggling to stay afloat in this game. And it looks like Lorlo gonna get caught out once more. He can't even do anything about this. It's 1v3, and RF Legendary is gonna get another kill onto this rumble. 2 kills on the top laner, 4 kills on the Vi, and 4 kills on the Russian God. So CLG Black quickly running out of options. I mean, if a Kennen is strong and a Vi is strong going into mid-game, you're going to have problems. But if the LeBlanc is also strong, then you might as well just forfeit a 20. Because it's going to be like more than an uphill battle to try to get back into this game. LeBlanc, I assume she's going to go for a death cap. Another turret goes down. Stixay wasn't there in time to defend it. Gonna get hit by that binding. Gonna take a decent amount of damage. And Morgana walks away happy knowing that she just took a couple of gold. Now, Lorlo, consistently caught out here in this top lane, is gonna go back to it. And they have the support of Nunu. They have a few wards up there, so they should know someone's coming. Plus the fact that Vi is back in base. Lorlo really struggling right now. I mean, he has the same kills as RF Legendary, but Easy gonna take a huge chunk of damage right there. And Lorlo just doesn't seem to have the same damage output as RF Legendary. Unless that is just Seraph and he changed his name. Smoothie gonna flash forward, going in on the Stixay. Both of them flash out of there. Alex Itch not going to connect the chain after he gets exhausted, and Dragon spawns in a minute and a half. Kez takes very little damage from the Ice Blast. See, the way I play Nunu, every time you use the Ice Ball, you gotta go. So every time you see it, just remember. Hey, just look at the way Nunu moves. It's like Willump is wobbling back and forth, and then Nunu on his back is like just flying around. And then when he does his ice ball, he like throws his head back and then just stops it. And that just makes Nunu on his back go like boing, 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 boing. I'm just speaking nonsense gibberish right now. Trying to make this game more entertaining than it is. Easy gonna get ganked up. Alex Itch gonna take a decent amount of damage, but RF Legendary gonna be able to not escape this fight. Lorlo still going hard. Not gonna get knocked up though, but Lorlo setting him on fire. Easy going down, locked up under the turret. Kez taking a lot of damage, but Alex Itch comes in for the kill secure. He's gonna be 5-0-2. He is unstoppable. And this is a very scary Team Dragon Knight. See, why can't more teams have names like that? Like Counter Logic Gaming. That's okay. That's pretty cool. But Team Dragon Knight, the Flash Ignite. Flash Ignite is the most powerful move in the game, and Alex Itch just showed us why. This is why he is a Russian god, and you are not. Kez, however, I'm gonna start on this dragon. And, well, he's Vi. He can take that pretty easily. And Stixay gonna be stuck under his own turret. Oh my god! Alex Itch just going in 1v2 under the turret and getting out with a free kill. Like, you know, no big deal. That's Alex Itch for you. That's a 7-0-2 Russian god. And, well, he is more than scary at this point. He is ascending. Not like how Xerath ascended in Ascension game mode. It didn't get an Ascended Xerath Ultimate skin. I am still salty about that. Though I am very happy with DJ Ass. I mean Sona. Yes, I laugh at my own jokes. Get over it. Alex Itch going hard on Easy again, but, you know, Silence gonna come in after he already flew back 1,000,000 yards. Despite their massive kill lead, it's only a 6k gold lead for TDK. They don't have so many turrets, but they do have enough that, you know, they have a nice buffer right there. Kez not gonna get slowed up by the Ice Blast. I know that's not the name of the spell, that's just what me and my friends call it, and I think it's cooler. Our Legendary still split pushing that top lane. it's easy goings for him. I mean, he has distortion boots already, so he's gonna get the flash more often and the move speed after the flash. I remember that part specifically. Alex H going super hard, gets damage down onto Stixay. Think card. I mean, his auto attacks don't do much. He's new. Kenny Yu taking a lot of damage for Stixay. Maria gonna be long range enough away so that he doesn't have to worry about much. Stixay gonna get locked up there. Takes a decent amount of damage, and Kenny Yu with the heal keeps him alive. Stixay forced to go back though, because the Russian God is on his trail, and he not only has a Luden's Echo, but also a Death Cap. I can only imagine what his next item will be. I'm implying that I think it's another big stick. Well, Think Card just deals no damage. Then again, that's new for you. Use that Ice Blast to peel more than you do to do damage, unless you're AP new. In which case it'll deal 700 damage and there's no counterplay to it. Except like using Alpha Strike as like an ADC. I hear someone banging outside of my hallway. It's slightly unsettling, considering it is 11 o'clock at night. 10:52 to be specific. But we are nearing 4 hours into this video, and it still looks like we are having that high encoding issue. But we are essentially halfway done, or what I think to be halfway done, with our 5th game of the day, TDK versus Chronologic Game Black. And, well, CLB just trying to make something happen. I mean, they're trying to push lanes. They do have 2 turrets. Lulu is pushing for the 3rd. Stixay gets an auto attack down to Smoothie and deals some damage, you know, but Alex Itch pushing that bot lane. I'm pretty sure he can go in onto Lorlo and do whatever he wants to him. Except Lorlo does have a Zonia, so he would survive a burst. And Alex Itch gonna miss the chain, but land the second one, and there goes Think Card, ulting down, and Kez a little too deep in there. Stixay tanks the ultimate, and Kez is gonna go back in, but he's gonna go down. A little too ambitious of Kez right there, and he loses sight of himself. Just goes a little too hard in the paint. You know, you gotta calm down, you gotta work out your hammies, make sure you don't pull anything. Just, you know, take it slow, take it easy, and that Rumble ultimate was not that good at all. But Alex Itch is still going hard onto Easy gonna go down, and that's a legendary Alex Itch. Think Card just gonna try to run away, but he's gonna go down too. Kenny Yu gets caught out. That is another kill for Maria. You know, because I am a nerd, all I think of is Wall Maria from Shingeki no Kyojin. Great manga, slightly better anime. Only slightly better, only because of the soundtrack. And it really adds to it, you know. It's like the first time I watched that intro, my spine was shivering the entire time. I was just like, funny story behind that, actually. I was in my school's library, and I just pick up a random manga, and it's like, oh, Attack on Titan. That looks cool. So I read the first chapter, and I'm like, this is awesome. So I buy it, go to the park, read it, and I'm like, that was amazing. So then I go home and read up to, at that point, it was something like chapter 40. But right now, CLG Black is going to try to sneak this Baron, but it looks like TDK know what's happening here. This is the last ditch effort from CLG Black. They have to get this. They're getting closed in on. It's coming into the fight. Red team gets the Baron, but what is it worth if you're all gonna die? Lorlo trying to do what he can on the back of the fight, but Kez turned into a bunny. Stixay dashes away. Easy killed. 4 for nothing but the Baron for CLG Black. I mean, sure, they're down 10 gold, 10,000 gold, but they got the Baron, so it was worth it, clearly. I have a problem with being too sarcastic. But yeah, this just looks pretty hopeless right now for CLG Black. Kez gonna secure the 3rd dragon of the game. That will be the move speed, and well, for someone like Kennen, that's huge. And Morgana as well. You know, making sure those 5-man ultimates go off smoothly. I've only ever seen one 5-man Morgana ulti actually be fully channeled. Granted, that was a normals game with me and my friends, and they are bronze. Therefore, they gotta bump me down to their level, you know what I'm saying? Then again, I am the only one that, like, actually plays solo queue to a relatively high extent. But that's not something I've been doing much of recently because, well, mostly because I have a hot temper. Think Card gets caught out. Gets killed. No, easy kill right there. Anyway, I mean, I'll admit it. I'm toxic. I mean, I've tried to be better about it. I try. I do. It's just so difficult, though. So many people are so stupid, it hurts my head. No, I do try to be a better person. It's just, that game does something to me, you know? And, Stixay nearly gonna die right there. Has to take the ultimate from Lulu just to stay safe. And that is a very, very scary Alex, that she has a Void Staff, and I'm just waiting for that 3rd big stick. It's like when I would play any AP mid laner, if I could afford it, I would just buy a big stick. It's like, huh, I have enough for another big stick. So instead of finishing my actual item, like when Deathfire Grass was still there, instead of finishing the DFG, I'd just get another big stick. Just be like, hey, look at all my needlessly large rods. And then they're like, Scott, shut up, nobody cares. And then they would say that my build is stupid. Nunu trying to get something done there. His absolute 0 interrupted, and here comes RF Legendary into the middle of the fight, doing as much as he can, putting down his ultimate. Smoothie has to use the Zonias to make sure he doesn't die to the turret, and this fight is actually going sour right now. Stixay flashing forward for a kill, but he's gonna get caught by the binding. And a 1-for-1 fight, but an inhibitor turret went down. So overall, a win for team... Oh, never mind. That's 2-for-1. Can he make it 3? Do I hear 3? No, he got caught out by that blue trinket. So he's going to run away. No, he is not. He's actually going to try to go back into the fight, but he's going to get killed. That is the shutdown. Going on to Stixay. Graves is a hard champion to use in the late game, purely because most of his abilities need the opponent to be in such close proximity. And by most, I mean his Q, which is his bread and butter, much like any other champion in this game. But you know, that's Graves for you. Every champion has the weakness. Graves is his range. But that's okay, because, you know, other champions have range problems too. Olaf, for example. I mean, he should have at least a 600 range. I mean, have you never heard of returning axes? Does nobody at Riot play Pathfinder? And he could just throw his axe and then have it fly back to him. And Jesus Christ, I am so sorry about all of this lag. I honestly have no idea what the problem is. And if I did, I would fix it. But I don't, so I can't. And I'm just really sorry about that. I mean, I've got so many, like, 11 FPS, high encoding. After this game, I'm gonna take an extended pause to see if, you know, lightening the load just a tiny bit will do anything. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know, I'm just really upset about this. Thinkard's gonna get ulted on, but Kez going for lore low actually, but Thinkard's still really low. Nobody has died just yet until right there where Kez trades 1-for-1 for the inhibitor, but all of the inhibitors are completely open. Alexich gonna take the team, rotate bot, take that inhibitor too, and it looks like they're gonna have to run. There's the Rumble ultimate dividing up the team. Alexich trying to go back in, but gonna get knocked up. Lorlo still trying to be on the chase. Not gonna happen though. Alexich off on the side, trying to do something sneaky beaky like. And he's gonna try to go for the pick on someone. Easy most likely. Easy staying by the rest of his team. Alexich just gonna go back. The Russian god has not smoked thee for now. Not sure what item he's going to build up next, but it requires a Fiendish Codex. Good amount of cooldown reduction coming out of that. Lower low, and the rest of the team going to go back. Baron spawning in 15 seconds. Both teams do have the timer, so they're going to be prepared for that. Dragon also spawning. And Stixay, hugely caught out here. That is a dead Graves if I have ever seen one. And that was just really sloppy play from him. No excuses for that kind of mistake. Thinkard's gonna get caught out here now. And he's gonna try to run away using that blood boil. He's gonna get caught, but cleanses it off. Thank you, Jana, for that chalice. Not chalice, crucible. And now this is just gonna be a TDK Baron. Our legendary is pretty low though. Thinkard actually gonna get killed on the backside by Alexich maybe? There it is, finally. Alexich still being chased down. He's gonna go for Kenny Yu, gonna get the kill! Easy gonna be the next victim. 15 kills for Alexich, and by God, if this wasn't lagging so much, I'm sure you would be impressed. I am... seriously, this is just embarrassing. I can do nothing but apologize for just awful experience I am bringing you right now. I'm trying my best to commentate to make up for that, so you can just listen to my voice instead of watch this crap show. But, you know, technical difficulties abound. I'm not even gonna say technical difficulties. My computer's a piece of shit. And that's why I bought a new one. Or rather, bought the pieces to build a new one. This is going to be the end of the game though. TDK taking down Nexus turrets now. Alexich trying to go in to finish off easy. Not going to get that kill. Thinkard getting a little too close right there. Lorlo going to put down the Rumble ulti. Thinkard flashing forward. Going to get stunned up. Can't even do anything with that absolute zero. Maria gets a kill. Kez taken pretty low though. But here comes Alexich. The Russian god gets a double kill. 17, 1, and 7 for the man who deserves to have a paper written about him. Alexich taking this victory from his enemy's cold, dead hands. And no, I do not want to watch the LCK. Well, once again, I'm going to try to find the root of this problem, but honestly, I just don't know what it could possibly be. And that is the truth right there. I mean, really, I just have no clue what the issue is. Alright, I am going to play a little more music, and, well, I'm gonna try to figure something out to make this last game not so shitty. Alrighty, well, gonna be back here for the last game. I tried to do what I could. I scanned for viruses and it didn't find anything. I updated Chrome. Maybe that'll help. I kind of doubt that though. So I'm gonna jump into this last game here. Team Solo Mid Darkness versus Team Fusion. And right now both of these teams look pretty scary. Gonna start up this video and we're gonna talk about these two beautiful teams. I mean, Big ol' Rana's gonna be on that Rumble, perfect champion, and then Sejuani Ultimate on top of Rumble Ultimate, on top of Cannon Ultimate. There's so much CC, so much damage, and then you have the Graves, pop the Ultimate, do 500 damage to someone, and 200 damage to other people, if you can. That's if everyone is miraculously grouped up behind the main tank. And that's the tank if you're lucky. Anyway, coming out of the other side, Fusion, that is a lot of team fight. And both of these teams want to be at each other's throats. And I should probably get rid of that bottom bar. This should be a very electrifying game, very explosive. And to be honest, I have no idea who it could go to if I didn't know the records. I mean, both of these teams are super strong in the right hands. And I do believe that Big ol' Ron and Chunky Fresh will have something to say to each other. Because, the classic Scion Rumble matchup. And there we go. We are getting into it. Air Cavalry Sejuani, Blood Moon Thresh, Little Red Riding Annie, and just so many beautiful skins. I wish I had all of them. Except for Spectacular Sivir, I don't really like that skin. I just don't like the artwork for it. If it was updated, I would probably like it more. I'm sure there's like Chinese splash art that's better. It's generally the rule. Like there's the Zillion splash art that we have. And then there's the Chinese Zillion splash art, which is beautiful. Like, you wouldn't believe how fantastic it looks. I think it's the same splash art that's like if you remember loading up your client for the first time, not even the client, like the installation screen. It's where he's like laying back and his beard is going out and it's all wavy and his eyes are blue and glowing and he's sitting on top of his clock and all that fancy junk. And well, there's still high encoding errors, so I'm going to lower this to 480p, and I can only hope to God that that fixes all of our problems. I can only hope. I wish I was a fish. But the issue is I am not a fish, nor will I ever be, and man, my tummy is grumbling. And I already ate today. Diana's jokes are my favorite in the entire game. If you ever have a chance to listen to Diana's jokes, please do so, because they are by far the best. Her humor is fantastic. A man, a woman, and a yordle walk into the sun. They die. Like, Diana, what are you doing? Come on. That's not nice. Oh, I just love everything about Graves. His laugh is so manly. His taunts are so threatening. I just want a piece of that ass, But for real, talking about both of these team comps, if we look at just the bot lanes alone, I do believe that Fusion has the much stronger level 6. That being said, I would expect a gank pre-6 from either jungler. As far as the mid lane goes, classic ranged versus melee matchup. It's all just going to come down to, how well they do it. Taking the shield first, I never ever thought to do when I mained Diana for a little bit, And taking shield first was something I just never ever thought to do. And then my friend did it, and I'm like, huh, you're right, that is a fantastic idea. And I haven't played Diana like since season 3, so I wouldn't know. Trance getting that stun down onto Sojin, a lot of damage going down onto that Graves, and that's what I'm talking about. Sivir with that stun on her side just has so much going for her. Chunky Fresh and big ol' Ron duking it out like a man in a yordle, or some sort of half zombie thing in a yordle. I don't know. Scion's story is kind of sketchy. He's like half zombie, half vengeful spirit, half some sort of thing. I remember when his rework first came out, all of the hype surrounding that. Like, Riot really knows how to hype people up for stupid crap. Like, they could get you excited about a sack of potatoes and Sojin going down to first blood. Yen gonna take a turret shot, but that doesn't even matter. Indivisible, your ADC is dead now, and there's nothing you can do about it. Really good flash engage from Annie right there to get both of them with that stun too. And now it's just free pushing, free farming, and just money, money, money for this Fusion team. I would really love to see Nien back in the LCS. I mean, whenever I get sad, I just look up MLG Anaheim TSM versus CLG and remember the good old days. Seriously though, that game was freaking fantastic. One of the best in the TSM CLG rivalry. And I'm not saying that just because I'm a CLG fan, but because that game was like, oh my god. Like, Wild Turtle getting a quadra kill in the last fight, but then Nien respawns, super minions in the base, spoiler alert, CLG wins because Nien is a god. Huhi gonna get ganked up here. Inori getting that knockup down, gets the slow, but not enough follow up. Huhi gonna burn that flash, and he will be fine coming out of that. Who is he though? I've never actually watched Huhi's stream, I just know that that's the name of his Twitch channel. Or something close to that. Gonna go really hard onto Chunky Fresh. Gonna land the slow onto him. And, those overheated auto attacks do deal a lot of damage. The problem with that is, when you're new to playing Rumble, that passive kind of baits you, and it's like, oh man, my auto attacks are gonna do billions of damage, but then they don't. You die. And Trance almost got caught out there, but Indivisible looked like he wasn't paying attention. One thing that frustrates me about the red side jungle is this long thing that goes from this tower to this tower. It's just like in the way the entire time. So if you want to get from here to here, it's going to be a pain in the ass to go around one way or the other. Because one way, too ambitious, you might get caught out. Chunky Fresh gonna miss his ultimate. Big ol' Ron just trying to walk around him. The shield is gonna take him pretty low, but that's all. Anyway, just one part of the map design I don't like. Having to walk all the way around to just get to the other side of this wall. Whereas, like, Hui is gonna go down in this fight most likely. Getting a lot of damage down onto him. Tries to go back in. Arc second. Not gonna do enough. We'll get that first. Not first blood, but the kill for the TSM Darkness team. Anyway, if you look at like other maps, it's understandable. Like, this is the Baron pit. This is the red side pit. And even in this side of the jungle, if you wanted to get from over here, or rather, let's pick something like behind blue buff to over here, I mean, there's a direct route. Trance is gonna get a lot of damage put down onto him. The heal has to go down. Trance is taking still so much damage, but Indivisible gonna survive that fight. Sojin still barely gets the kill, and he's gonna flash out of there to finish it off. Anyway, if you wanted to get from like here to the wolf pit, it's also obnoxious because you have to walk around, and it's like, yeah, I get it. They make the jungle long, so it's obnoxious for junglers, and you know, the ones with gap closers have a clear advantage, like Lee Sin, or that was really strange. Did anyone else see that? Let's go back to that. Right up here, Nintendo tries to burrow through the wall, and the tunnel appears, but he didn't actually burrow through the wall. That's a bit of a bug, if you ask me. Big ol' Ron beating up this Scion. I mean, they're both going toe to toe right now. It's just kind of like a slap fight with wet noodles. Nintendo trying to invade on Inori. Inori is level 6, so he can get a lot of lockdown down. Inori has to avoid the fight, and Nintendo might go down. Nope, he's going to flash over the wall. Arc Second cannot join the fight. He is making sure of that. And Nintendo recklessly invading the jungle gets out alive. Without the red buff, of course, but he got out alive. What the hell? I just hear Scion go, duh! Like, I haven't played Scion, probably never will, but what was that noise? Who put that in his sound files? They have that person voice acting him just sit in the chair and go, duh! That was the weirdest sound auto attack animation sound I've ever heard. Yen gonna get slowed up here. He is in a lot of trouble. Sojin coming in, dashing it up. Yen still relatively healthy. And Graves forced to buy the pickaxe and start building into that brutalizer. So it's not gonna be as powerful as a normal Graves should be, because, you know, he had that early death. Yes, life is a struggle. Indivisible walking up really far, gonna miss the hook. Crucial hook right there. I mean, he could have aimed for trance too. Indivisible gonna clear out that pink with Sojin. Oh, he donates over the money to Sojin. What a nice support. In that case though, I always think, you know, man, supports get no money, might as well give him the ward kill. Because I'm just a nice guy like that. Unless I'm in a bad mood, in which case every single minion on the map is mine. And Uhi gonna get dove here again, but the flash will be enough to get out of the Arc Second ultimate. Big ol' Ron gonna put a lot of damage down onto that chunky fresh. So Team Solomon Darkness doing a good job of staying in the lead here, just by a little bit. And Huhi kind of struggling to stay in this lane. He dives forward, but he dives straight into Inori and Arc Second. He has nothing. He just goes down in the fight, Ignite ticks down, and that's another kill to Kennen, who is building Magic Resist alongside Diana. So they're both going for that Abyssal Scepter first item, which the passives cancel each other out, which is kind of funny. Arc Second gonna get dove here by Trance. The Ignite might take him out, but Trance does get stunned up. Arc Second will go down. Trance almost goes down to that Graves ultimate. But Nintendo now caught out here. Gonna try to put some damage back, but it's not nearly enough. Fusion just playing really sloppy right now. Like, that's all that this has been. It's just been sloppiness. And I'm kind of disappointed to see Fusion playing with such reckless abandon. Jesus, that lag. If I could fix it now, I would. But my promise to you is next week, this will never, well, starting next week, it'll never, ever, ever, ever happen again. So I will be streaming it from my new computer, and hopefully I will find a keyboard for it somewhere, because I neglected to find a keyboard. Then again, at my new job, my boss was at Gamescom, and he won 2 German keyboards. The only problem is he has no idea like what any of the buttons even mean. But because I have muscle memory of the keyboard, it's like I know all of the buttons anyway, so even though like A with an umlaut is where the semicolon should be, I still know that's a semicolon. So, and it's weird because like the Z and the Y also switched places. The plus button is like the special S, like the double S German button. And then it's like all of the buttons like page down and home and delete are all in German, so I can hardly read them. It's kind of funny, but you know, it works. I can use it, and he's like, nah, we're gonna replace this. So I'm like, hey, can I have it? He's like, it's your first day on the job, kiddo. Sure, you can have it. And I'm like, yay! And then I woke up. But not really. He's a cool guy. I'm gonna love working for this new job. And one issue I'm gonna have is the ultimate from Inori misses, but it doesn't even matter because Indivisible comes in and lands the hook. That is one of the most unsatisfying feelings in the entire world. Missing Sejuani ultimate. Because it already has a super huge range to begin with. And just missing it and seeing it flying past someone and just being like, ah. Like, it hurts you as a human being to miss Sejuani ultimate. Like, it doesn't just like hurt your feelings. It hurts deep down inside of you. Anyway, you know, Dragon going over to Team Soul Mid Darkness, and they're just in the driver's seat of this game right now. Big ol' Ron just chunking down Chunky Fresh. He has nothing to do except take damage up there. Trading back a little bit, you know, it's going well. Rek'Sai screams really loudly, heads towards that top lane. You know, I like the idea of global ult sounds, but the fact that they put those on two champions within like 2 months of each other, I'm exaggerating, of course, but like, I just think it's a little too much. Like, yeah, it's cool for one at a time. Like, take it maybe, you know, one every 7 or 10 champions. But like, Sion and Rek'Sai both have one, and they came within so close proximity of each other that it's like jarring still. Like, I love the Sion ultimate. It's just the dong across the map, and I think that's really cool. But like, hearing the Rek'Sai scream on the enemies, as a person playing against a Rek'Sai, it's like hearing the Rek'Sai scream on the enemy team is just like, Jesus, okay, we get it, you're jungling. You are in the jungle, we know. Go back to whatever void place you're from. Trance rotating top to possibly help out Chunky Fresh. But, you know, that Lorlo is pretty crafty. He might just use his scrap shield to get away. And I can tell you right now that TSM Darkness, this is your game to lose. Right now, they're pushing mid, and I mean, they should be more unified as a team. They should have Graves with them, but it is also a good idea to, you know, take the team, rotate bot, take another outer turret. So as long as they continue to get money, continue to get turrets, they should be perfectly fine. I mean, Dragon doesn't spawn for a while, so I don't know why they're just hanging out at the pit. They're sitting on top of a ward too. And big ol' Ron still doing pretty well for himself within this top lane. Gonna get ganked though by this Annie. There goes Chunky Fresh going in hard. Gonna flash to the side, gonna get slowed up. He's going to die! There it is. Huhi dodging out that hook, and a really good one at that. Sojin taking a little bit of damage. They're not gonna be able to take that turret. And the kill going over to Chunky Fresh in the top lane, that is not going to help TSM Darkness at all. They need some sort of cohesion right now, because that is what Fusion's doing. They responded well to that push and bot. They responded well to, you know, Chunky Fresh not doing so hot in the top lane. And right now, I mean, Yen is free farming mid. This might just be a turret for Fusion. And it looks as though it will be. though it will be a turret trade, so good on TSD and Fusion both, keeping the turret pressure alive, keeping the map game, you know, going. But now a majority of that blue side jungle can just go right over to Team Solo Mid Darkness, because, you know, having that mid tower down, that creates a lot of room to move around on the map for the enemy team. And, you know, as Fusion, like, they have really good wards at the moment. They have pink wards basically lining the entrances and exits of their own jungle, which is really good. So they're gonna know when someone walks in, and probably they're gonna take the time to clear the ward once they find it. And Indivisible missing the bush right there. I think his lantern got in the way or something. Lantern is coded as minions. A lot of pings headed towards that top lane, and here they come. They're gonna get spotted out by the pink ward, but Chunky Fresh gonna ult way away underneath his own turret, and there's no stopping him from retreating. Inori already has a frozen heart to deal with the attack speed from these champions, and who he's split pushing the bot lane. That is something I like to see from a Diana. It looks like it might be another turret trick. Nope, it won't be, because here comes Kennen. He does have Trance with him, so they could try to challenge Arc second under his own turret. But Sejuani is making her way down. Here comes a teleport from Lorelo, or Big Ol' Ron rather. Huge slow going down. Arc second got a flash forward, gets the kill onto Annie, who has already burned her flash. And Arc second still in hot pursuit of Huhi. This is going to be most likely a dead Huhi, and he gets stunned up, double kill, and meanwhile in the middle of the map, Sojin gets a little bit caught out, and Indivisible walking right past the 10 dude. Gonna get knocked up, and oh, he's gonna miss his ultimate. He's gonna get the hook down. Gotta go flying in. Here is Inori. Huge bear just comes flying in. Ultimate lands. Indivisible with the kill. No assist QQ. Sorry, Big Ol' Ron. Overall, I think that was a 3-for-1 across the map for TSD. And with the dragon spawning, they're easily going to be able to take it. Get that 2-dragon lead, have better pushing power, and basically just be able to start steamrolling this game should they keep the pressure up. Like I mentioned before, that Fusion was responding well to all of the TSD pushes across the map, but in the end, it's mostly because of TSD's slow rotations. So if they continue to be slow, it's going to be very hard for them to keep this lead. Right now, Sojin really struggling, and what TSD needs to do is get him a few kills, get him back in the game. Huhi, oh my god, he is so caught out right here. I mean, sure, there's no ultimate for the Sejuani, but Huhi just obliterated. Mid turret though, gonna go down, so it's a case of Darien feeding to win. That's an 0-5 Diana, but 2 of the times Diana has died, a turret came out of it for the Fusion side. So, I mean, at this point, Diana's probably giving them only like 150 gold, or whatever the minimum might be now. I'm not exactly sure, or 100%. So, Fusion giving up 150 gold and 1 man to get a little more map pressure back. I mean, the game is still close. It's under 2,000 gold lead for TSD, which over time starts to lose its meaning as more items begin to stack. That gold across the entire team gets smaller and smaller, and by that I mean like the percentage gap between each team is not so big. Like a 2,000 gold lead at 5 minutes, that's huge because both teams only have like 7,000 gold at that point. Not even, maybe even less. But like at this point, 2,000 gold is not that much of a disparity. Big Ol' Ron and Chunky Fresh still going at it. Chunky Fresh trying to build some health to counter all of that damage coming out of the spell penetration of the Rumble. Rumble actually going for an Abyssal Scepter of his own. I don't know why he would do that, considering the auras don't stack. Kennen already has his, and that's kind of a sloppy buy, if you ask me. Big ol' Ron gonna get knocked up, take a decent amount of damage. Chunky Fresh just gonna take it back. It's a good trade going both ways, and Chunky Fresh getting the worst end of it. Big ol' Ron is just bullying the heck out of him. That is a low mana, half health Scion, and blue buff being taken by Inori. Good take right there. Chunky Fresh now getting ganked by Big ol' Ron, but here is Nien entrance. That is gonna be a dead rumble. A great catch and bait by the Fusion side. Lorlo thought, I keep saying Lorlo. I'm stuck on the last game. Big ol' Ron thought that, he was alone up there with Chunky. Thought, hey, I could do this. And then he did it. He most certainly did it. Chunky Fresh gonna teleport in, scream at something, and that's gonna force TS Darkness to back off. The gold lead still within. It's actually getting smaller. It's almost down to 1,000 gold. So at this point, the teams are more or less even. I'm just gonna say more or less even. So Arch second, trying to jump on that, Hoogie, sorry. And Chunky Fresh here for the flank stake. Indivisible taking a lot of damage. There goes Hoogie. He tries to jump out of there, but he's going to get stunned up. Sojin takes down Trance first. Hoogie is the next to go down. The turret is still up though, but Chunky Fresh taking a lot of damage. They're jumping back on. Nien is the only useful one alive. Chunky Fresh's pass is still going off. Actually, he's still doing damage. He is not going to be able to do any more though. 3 for 1. And TSD just remaining in control of this game. Now, I said the gold was close, but now it widened just a bit more again. So, Fusion has to be careful. They cannot just rush recklessly into the next fight like that. They have to set it up. They have to poke them down, and they can't let something like that happen again. The turret was going to die no matter what. They should have understood that, and they should have backed off. But they didn't. They tried to go in, and it was just too much for them. Trance, I don't even know how he died. I didn't even see him die. I blinked and I missed it, basically. Trance went down. He still had Tibbers. Tibbers was not even used in that fight. That is how fast Annie died. Right now, oh my goodness, Sivir has 120 gold over this Graves, but Nien, this is a team game. As strong as Sivir is, I don't think she can carry the entire team on her back, especially when you got a lot of fat members of your team. Scion has got to weigh at least 1,000 pounds if you think about it. He's a huge man. And Rek'Sai, hell, I don't normally ask women for their weight, and I don't think she would appreciate it either. But really though, Hoogie's Diana so far has been an awful pick and just contributed nothing to the team. Except for split push maybe, and in that case, if you're gonna split push as Diana, you need to have the Nashor's Tooth. That's a very viable strategy on a Diana. But if you're going to split push as Diana, you need the attack speed. And if you want attack speed, Nashor's Tooth. Now, Fusion is trying to bait in the Team Solo Mid Darkness team into this Baron, trying to see, haha, can you fall for it? They carefully walk in, and Fusion decide, no, we can't do this, gotta bail. So, no bait from Fusion anymore. TSM, Darkness, I bet Fusion figured, they're a little too strong for us right now. We gotta back off. Calm down. I see someone, and I go over the wall. It's indivisible. One nation. Under Jeebus. But, TSD, Dragon's up. They're gonna go back. They're gonna go take that. And Fusion should not fight them at this Dragon. Yes, they will be giving up the move speed, but it's worth it to not just all walk in and die. They let the dragon go. Dragon. It's in the hands of TSD. The entire game is in TSD's hands at this point. And it is theirs to lose. Huhi. Oh, the ward is going to spot out all of TSD. Huhi not getting caught out there. They have a pitiful little minion wave with them, you know, just a few cast your minions more than normal. And they're not going to be able to push this one as much as they would love to. TSD, going to back off. They should probably go buy some items at this point. I mean, they got to be sitting on some sort of money. I just noticed that Sejuani is 6-0. That is a really big pig. Yen gonna get relatively caught out here. It's all about the spell shield. He spell shields off the stun, and there's nothing you can do about that, Inori. You tried. Anyway, going back to that Sejuani. Hot damn. Like 6-0-3 Sejuani. That is a force to be reckoned with right there. Frozen Heart, Warmogs. Like, damn. And I think that is going to be a Banshee's Veil next. So, this Sejuani going to be super huge. Has that Cinder Hulk going. Merc Treads. I mean, you could not have a bigger pig. Also, Bristles is pretty okay, too. Ha! Yeah, I know. Anyway, despite not doing much of anything, Fusion actually still within 2,000 gold. And, well, Baron is going down, and nobody seems to be moving to stop it. Chunky Fred, Nintendude actually starts going, but it looks like Sivir is a little bit caught out. Big Oran caught on the back side of that fight, but Trance is going so low. Arc Second has to be forced to use his Zonias, and Diana just split pushing the entire time. Still doesn't have that Nashor's Tooth though, and well, if the objective was to stop them from doing Baron and ignore Diana, they succeeded in that because nobody has gone back to deal with Diana yet. And now Chunky Fresh will go down in the mid lane, and finally Big Ol' Ron is gonna go back, try to deal with the now no mana Diana, who instead of trying to buy attack speed for her split push plot, gets the item that is not Nashor's Tooth. In the end, gonna get hooked up there and immediately destroyed. Here comes Rek'Sai though. The fight is still going. Rek'Sai might not gonna try to tunnel over the wall. Not gonna go for the steal. That is gonna be Baron. In the hands of Team Solo Mid Darkness. Now, right now, I mean, I would even sell Luden's Echo if it meant buying a Nashor's faster. Especially if he wants to stay on that split push. I mean, you can't just not be a part of the team. I mean, I understand you're 0-6. He's probably on tilt. But this is just like straight solo queue play. He can't do this. I mean, it is clearly hurting his team. And by building a team fight like build and split pushing, when there are split pushing Diana builds, it's just not kosher in the slightest. It is something very wrong and should be fixed. But I don't think there's going to be enough time in this game to fix it. Fusion trying to set up a death push, but they're going to get spotted out and they're going to have to run away. A Baroned up pig in Sejuani is going to be super scary, and I mean, Fusion don't have the tankiness or the damage to deal with this Team Solo Mid Darkness team right now. It's going to be a major struggle to survive this game. Rek'Sai still making noises, you know. Inori going into the fight, gonna get a 3-man stun. Nintendo going down immediately. Huhi trying to make something go on the back line. Not gonna be able to get the kill into Sojin. And oh my god, that is one huge pig. Sejuani just doing work on the back line. 9-0-6. And well, that's gonna be the game for Team Solo Mid Darkness. I don't even think Sejuani cares that she is tanking turrets. Chunky Fresh just walks into 5 people. Doesn't even care. Tries to get a kill through his passive. He might be able to do it if he wasn't trying to focus like 12 different things at once. GG. Team Solo Mid Darkness. That is going to be all from me tonight. This was 5 hours of streaming or shoutcasting straight, and well, that's the first time I've ever done that. And it also didn't help that, you know, I started it late. I woke up early, super tired. But you know, this is something I do for fun. This is something I want to, you know, do on the side. This is something I want to get good at. So next week, definitely going to be better. I promise. Also, it's going to be a little more difficult because I'm basically going to be working from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. So, well, not exactly 9 p.m. I mean, I got to take the subway to get home, so I might as well be 9 p.m. when I get back. But you get my point. I'm going to try to cast the games as fast as I can next week. Well, not as fast as I can. At the highest quality that I can. And get them out to you as fast as possible. If that means I have to wake up early and shoutcast them like that morning, hell, I'll do it if I can. I don't know how long after the games are over that the VODs get posted, but I want to thank my buddy Mr. Royce for letting me have my shoutcasting videos featured on LOL event VODs. Thank you so much for that, Mr. Royce. I very much appreciate that. And I look forward to continue doing business with you. I am Scott Scoot Belmont. Yes, that's my last name. Scott Scoot Belmont, signing off after a really long, successful, yet stressful, and apologetic day. Like, comment, subscribe, leave a constructive criticism in the comments below. And if you're watching this, thank you so much for watching. I look forward to seeing you again. And I really mean that. I really do. Thank you again. I promise next week will be better. Alright, I'll see you.